Forging sword body. The battle was quite interesting, and Wang Wei learned a great deal. His father used the sword Dao to the extreme, cutting off all his fate or any conceptual attacks. So, Wang Wei had to change tactics and use the advantage of his fleshly body to tire his opponent out before winning. Regardless, he learned why swordsmen are the strongest attackers in this battle. With a stronger fleshly body, his father's attack method drastically increased, making him even scarier than he used to be. In this battle, Wang Wei finally realized how much the environment and luck affect a cultivator. His father's talent is no worse than the Sword Empress. However, he suffered because he was born into the wrong generation, and his heavenly luck was insufficient. He knew his father was the kind of talent that could become an eternal emperor without any help or even entering the Duyi realm. Of course, it's different for an eternal supreme. This kind of realm or stage requires luck, talent, and opportunity. Otherwise, no matter how talented a person is, they cannot become eternal supreme. "How was your retreat?" asked Yan. "It went well," replied Wang Tian with a smile. "I benefited a lot." Wang Tian explained his experience and gains during the retreat. "Let me see your body refining technique," asked Wang Wei, and Wang Tian agreed and gave him a technique with a simple tile, forging sword body. The technique followed a similar system as the ancient desolate body refining scripture, tempering the skin, muscles, bones, and organs. However, this body tempering technique does not require spiritual materials, but uses the unique sword qi Wang Tian used to recondense his primordial spirit. As such, every blood and cell in his body contains sharp sword qi. Wang Tian even opened his acupoints and stored potent sword energy in them. "It's a waste to store sword energy in your acupoints," commented Wang Wei. "You should store actual swords, innate swords to be exact." "I thought about that," replied Wang Tian. "However, having more than 1 million innate swords is unrealistic. Even with the Dao opening Sect's deep foundation, he could not get his hands on such a large number of innate weapons." "You don't have to use innate swords," countered Wang Wei. "You can use the pseudo-innate pill method to create pseudo-innate sword embryos in your acupoints. Then, when I return the environment to innate, you can absorb innate qi between heaven and earth to transform the embryos into real innate swords." "That's a great idea," said Wang Tian, thinking how much more powerful his fleshly body would become after he succeeded. And in return, his swordsmanship will also reach a higher level. "Panday, N0VE1. Come, you have plenty of time to learn," commented Yu Yan. "Plus, you can have someone refine the sword embryo for you. You only need to use your blood and soul mark in the process." "Mom's right," said Wang Wei. "So, don't worry too much about it." Wang Tian nodded. "Then it's decided." "One last thing," added Wang Wei. "Are you going to fuse the forging sword body into your Absolute Cut Sutra or leave it as a separate technique?" "Both," he replied. "I want future generations who cultivate my technique to not make the same mistake as me and cultivate their bodies. I also think it can be used as a unique body refining technique for the sect." "It's a good idea, but you should reduce the difficulty of cultivating this technique." "What do you mean?" asked Wang Tian. "Do you think anyone is you and can condense your unique sword qi?" explained Yu Yan, and a look of realization dawned on Wang Tian. He did not use regular sword qi that most swordsmen can use by imbuing the sharpness of swords into their qi/energy. His sword qi originated from cultivating more than 1,000,000,000,000 different swordsmanship, taking their essence and condensing them into sword qi. His method requires extremely high swordsmanship talent and a lot of time. Wang Tian took more than 2 generations before he succeeded. "You guys are right, but I'm not happy. If a person is not talented enough, they should not be cultivating my technique," complained Wang Tian. "You should think more about the sect," added Yu Yan. "The ancient desolate body refining scripture is one of the sect's most powerful and unique scriptures, but few people can cultivate it. I'm sure the desolate emperor regretted not leaving a weaker version that was easier to cultivate." "I agree with her." Wang Wei was in the same situation as his father, since he could foresee that few people would be able to cultivate his transcending Fate Sutra. So, he left more accessible versions and things anyone could learn from. For example, how to open the chakra and develop a more potent divine body realm. Don't nag. I will do it, replied Wang Tian, his face immediately pale as soon these words came out of his mouth. What did you say? Asked Yu Yin, her eyes even scarier than Grand Dao. So, you got a little power, and now think you could do whatever you want. Please visit Panda and 0v1. Koim, no, wife, I did not mean that. It was a slip of the tongue, hurriedly explained Wang Tian. Unfortunately, his attempt was useless, so he looked at his son, hoping for assistance. Sadly, the latter looked like he did not see his signals, making him clench his teeth. Do you have any ideas to make this technique easier? Asked Wang Tian, trying to change the subject. I'll deal with you later, Yu Yin told him through divine sense, making Wang Tian's heart skip a beat. He knew he was done. You can use metal qi for cultivation, suggested Wang Wei. Sharp metal qi from swords would be ideal. Any metal or spiritual, or can release metal or gold qi from the 5 elements. And the ones released from weapons like swords have certain properties which are perfect for cultivating the forging sword body. I'll add the lesser version, said Wang Tian, agreeing with his son that this method would indeed lower the requirement. The sect has a secret realm full of swords from past swordsmen. Disciples can enter to comprehend their sword will. In the future, they can also enter to temper their bodies with his technique. By the way, I sense my father was not in his hut. Did something happen? The old man left his seclusion, and most of his Tao heart was healed, said Wang Wei. Really? That's good news. Wang Tian has been with his father for many years, and he knew the latter was holding on by a thread. Things got worse after his mother's death, but Wang Tian never noticed until way later. For many years, he lived in fear that he would wake up one day and his father would tell him he decided to join his mother in samsara. One of the driving forces behind his desire to prove the Tao was to find a way to cure his father's Tao heart. Unfortunately, fate was not on his side, and there was no heaven-will battle in his generation. Alas, he had to leave everything to his son. Many thoughts flashed in Wang Tian's mind. He remembered how he did not fight or argue against the name his father chose for his son, Wang Wei meaning Great King. His name meant King of Heaven, so his son should not have such a common name. However, he did not dare take away the joy of naming his grandson from the old man, for fear he might be driven to the edge and do something irrevocable. So, he and his wife decided to let him choose the name, no matter what it was. I'm glad he's all right after so many years, said Wang Tian with great relief. Yu Yin lay on his shoulder, caressing his back. Where is he now? I send him to the secret realm. It's good for him to increase his strength and foundation, nodded Wang Tian, who knew and participated in creating Wang Chang's secret realm. He will have a much higher chance of defeating Emperor the 9 Sons. What's your plan? Asked Wang Wei, who felt his father might have been lost in the past if he did not change the subject. He did not want to make him sad like the old man, forcing him to get drunk while reminiscing about the past. I have a battle rendezvous with Ji Lanfanf, said Wang Tian with brilliant eyes. He should be coming in a few weeks. Really? Excellent. Why do you sound more excited than me? Asked Wang Tian. Who doesn't like a good battle? Not to mention 2 geniuses swordsmen who walk the same but different path. Indeed, I'm also excited. Do you want to make an event out of this battle? There is no need, replied Wang Tian. Anyway, we won't be able to hide it. True. A week later, Wang Tian left the sect to a deserted domain in the central continent. Ultimate Swordsmanship Showdown. Wang Tian sat next to a boulder, waiting for the appointed time. He was dressed in all white, showing the demeanor of a peerless swordsman unstained by the dust of the mortal world. Despite his middle-aged appearance, his looks could only be described as godlike or a face that even the heavens would be jealous of. His black danced with the wind, displaying his peaceful nature as he blended with the surrounding. Wang Tian conquered an entire generation not only because of his unmatched strength, but also because of his handsome face. In his generation, he could not think how many saintess, young lady, sect madam, and empress felt for his peerless look. Many of these peerless women wanted to kidnap him and place him under house arrest, so he could become their companion or plaything. In some ways, Wang Tian had to become powerful. Otherwise, his fate would have been worse than death. Despite how popular he was in his generation, Wang Tian was glad he ended up with his current wife. Influenced by his father, he never considered having more than one companion. However, most of the women in his generation only saw his peerless look and talent. And Yu Yin saw beyond the surface and saw his core, a simple or straightforward sword lover with a lot of emotional baggage. During his cultivation journey, he interacted on many occasions with Yu Yin, and they always had a connection. However, they restrained themselves until they almost died inside the Blood Earth. During that moment of desperation, as they entrusted each other's lives to an enemy, they could no longer suppress how they felt and admitted their feelings. Wang Tian remembered that day as if it was yesterday despite nearly 1,000,000 years almost past. On that day, he liberated his mind and, in turn, his sword. His swordsmanship reached another level, allowing him to forge a blood path from that dangerous, forbidden land. After exiting the Blood Earth, Wang Tian realized his sword was no longer lonely. He no longer was practicing the sword only for himself. He had something to protect. A few hours passed as Wang Tian awaited his opponent's arrival. He did not mind the wait since he could take the time to organize his mind and ensure he was in the peak shape for this battle. Then, he sensed something and looked in one direction. Jilan Fong, dressed in a blue robe with an alcohol gourd in his hand, rode on a giant sword, flying toward Wang Tian. Jilan Fong was no longer as sloppy and unrepresentable as in the deception trial. Instead, he looked handsome in his blue Taoist robe, exuding a more noble and sword-immortal vibe. The only thing that destroyed his image was the strong smell of alcohol. Fellow Taoist, I'm sorry for my tardiness. Traveling in the endless void is not easy, Jilan Fong said as he put the flying sword away. It's fine. I'm just glad fellow Taoist was willing to travel from so far away, replied Wang Tian. Although they've become close over the years, installing a transworld transmission array was inappropriate. Plus, it was too expensive and the current Myriad Emperor world was in a semi-closed state. As such, they discussed and agreed for Ji Lanfang to come here for the battle, since he did not have to worry about his fellow competitors gathering information on him. Then, the drunk swordsman frowned as he looked at Wang Tian. Such vitality, you've tempered your body? Yes, replied Wang Tian, not hiding the truth. Why? I thought we walked the same path. Ji Lanfang did not hide his disappointment. He thought he had found a peer after so many years, but now, he might have been wrong. But I learned our previous path was wrong. That is a bold statement, said Ji Lanfang with squinted eyes. The path of pure swordsmanship has existed since the beginning of time. So, he did not know whether his new friend was arrogant or he truly transcended that path and found a better one. But it's the truth, calmly added Wang Tian. Even if what you say is true, do you think body refining is the proper way for swordsmen? You won't understand until you experience it yourself, added Wang Tian, not wanting to argue. He wanted to use actions to show his friends he was walking on the wrong path. Yes, as the sages said, actions speak louder than words, nodded Ji Lanfang. Before we begin, can you tell me a maximum power? Ji Lanfang hesitated for a moment before replying, 5-leaf peak. Please visit Panda, and 0v1. I have 7-leaf peak, so I will seal myself to the same strength. Ji Lanfang readily agreed. This was the best method to determine whose swordsmanship or path was the best. He took out a black sword and gently caressed it. The sword is called Black Lotus, and it's my proving Tao artifact. This was the first sword I ever touched when I was 5 years old, and it has accompanied me throughout many battles. In my world, it is known as the Swordsman Reaper. Wang Tian was envious as he heard Ji Lanfang's description. He wished his first sword could accompany him throughout his life. Unfortunately, he had to cast a new one in the divine body realm as he cast his proving Tao artifact. He kept that sword and hoped to pass it to his son as a form of a family inheritance. Unfortunately, his son crushed his dream when he chose not to be a swordsman. Wang Tian waved his hand, and a blue sword appeared in his hand. Following Ji Lanfang's example, he explained the name of his sword. This sword is called Life Cycles, named in honor of my mother. He reminisced for a moment before continuing. I have traveled all over the 5 continents, defeating all the swordsmen of my generation and the previous, substantiating my status as the greatest swordsman. And one day, I will have the entire endless void acknowledge this title. I never knew fellow Taoist was so ambitious. I have to hide my edges because I know this is not my era, replied Wang Tian with a smile. But now, my son has grown up, and his light is already shining brilliantly, so there is no need for me to hide anymore. Ji Lanfang nodded, even though he could not relate on a personal level. He had no children and was the brightest star of his generation. Just like Wang Tian, he suppressed all his peers to the point of suffocating them. The greatest swordsman of the lower dimension. That's an interesting title, commented Ji Lanfang. Although he had never thought about such a thing, he suddenly had the desire to have this title. However, he still said, this is not an easy title to acquire. He was not only referring to the strength required to gain such a title, but how feasible the entire idea was. There are 3,000 world communities with billions of worlds and trillions of swordsmen. So, a swordsman would need to defeat many people for this title to be acknowledged or accepted by heaven and earth. Unfortunately, it was not feasible to get so many swordsmen together. I have my way, said Wang Tian, who was not lying. One of his son's plans inspired him, so he had an idea on how to acquire the title of strongest swordsman after proving the Tao. It's good to be ambitious and take steps to achieve one goal, said Ji Lanfang. However, you must first get past me before you can talk about being the best. As he said these words, he gathered his sword before floating in the air. No problem, replied Wang Tian with a smile, following him in his actions. Twink. As these two gather their sword wills, countless swords flash from different directions of the central continent, floating in the void outside the domain where their battle took place. The masters of these swords tried to prevent their swords from flying away, but it was pointless. Swords after sword left their masters, floating in the void as they wished to experience this ultimate battle of swordsmanship. And this phenomenon did not only occur in the central continent. The east, west, south, and northern swordsmen and sword users experienced the same thing. Their swords flew from their control and fled to the central continent, floating in the void. Most of these swords left their master's sea of consciousness. Only a few rare swordsmen could stop their swords from flying away. Regardless, they still had to fight the restlessness of their swords, trying to prevent them from leaving. Pi and Dan, 0v1. C0M, they became in awe and immediately realized this was an opportunity, especially for swordsmen and sword users. They will learn a significant amount by watching this peak battle. Ultimate Swordsmanship Showdown, LL. The two brewed their aura and sword will to the peak. They observed each other closely, monitoring every aspect of their opponents, including breathing, eye movement, and muscle contraction. Then, once their momentum peaked, Wang Tian and Ji Lanfang moved. In an instant, they met in the air and fought. Twink, twink, twink. Their swords clashed, creating brilliant silver light in the air. Whether it was Wang Tian or Ji Lanfang, none used the energy inside their bodies or the laws they cultivated. Their clash was pure swordsmanship, relying on the fundamentals of the sword, like cutting, stabbing, parrying, and other moves. Their battle was like two mortal swordsmen battling without relying on cultivation or supernatural powers. The sound of metal clashing echoed throughout the sky. These two swordsmen reached the pinnacle of their craft. However, like every person who dares call themselves as swordsmen, they started by learning and practicing the basic of the sword when they were nothing but children. With their talent, It only took a few days to master the basics and learn more advanced swordsmanship that involved more variations and application of power. However, these geniuses never stopped practicing the basic. Whenever they had time, when they encountered a bottleneck in their swordsmanship, when they felt sad, happy, or myriad of emotions, they would always return to the basic. And today, they displayed that solid foundation. Wang Tian and Ji Lanfang only used the most basic of swordsmanship that children first learn once they begin their journey with the sword. However, every one of their attacks contained Tao rhymes, showing how they resonate with heaven and earth. Many swordsmen watching this battle entered a state of enlightenment just by watching these people's display of basic swordsmanship. After fighting for nearly 2 hours with no victor, the two suddenly separated, and without saying anything, they attacked each other from afar with sword slashes. They began with the first level of sword slash, which simply involved converting the energy inside their bodies into a sharp attribute and transferring them out through their weapons. Swoosh! Swoosh! Wang Tian and Ji Lanfang slashed 9 times, canceling each other's attacks. Their eyes brightened before they decided to elevate the skills of this battle. So, they used second-level sword slashes. They waved their swords and created moon-shaped slashes to defeat each other. They attacked 18 times and were still equal. The second-level sword slashes did not come from the energy from their bodies. They came from pure skill. The slash resulted from them controlling the airflow of the surroundings to control the wind and generating wind slashes. This level of sword slash required extreme control and understanding of the sword. After the tie, the two did not hesitate or waste time. They tested the third level of sword slash. This level involved using the sword to resonate and control the spiritual chi between heaven and earth. Swoosh! 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 Wang Tian and Ji Lanfang used 27 third-level sword slashes, but each attack canceled the other out. Nevertheless, their aura of momentum continued to rise as they pushed themselves to the limit of their skills. 4-level slash. When the sword skill is so refined and superb, the swordsman can use the very fabric of space to cut the opponent. Wang Tian and Ji Lanfang held their swords and slashed each other. The two seemed connected to their swords as if they were an extension of it, the fabric of space bending to their will as they slashed their opponents. No energy, soul, or law fluctuations emanated from their bodies. After 36 attacks, the two stopped since the result was the same as the previous contests. However, they knew the battle had just begun. Wang Tian suddenly stopped using his swords and used his index and middle finger together as a sword before making a slashing motion. Ji Lanfang followed his example and did the same. Numerous sword slashes and energy manifested in the sky. And this time, they were not only moon-shaped, but took multiple forms. There were wave-shaped sword slashes, tornado-shaped, and spiral-shaped. PA-ND-NOV. The two made 45 attacks before stopping this confrontation, changing to another category, Sword of the Soul. Each attack directly targeted the other's primordial spirit or true spirit. Before cultivating, the soul is both a real and non-existent thing. It exists in a spiritual plane where reality and fantasy meet. However, these two swordsmen, using only their skills and no cultivation, can touch this place of existence and non-existence with their swords. Please visit Panda in 0v1. Co. After 54 attacks, and still being equal, they elevated their skills to another level, focusing on using the power of heaven and earth. On Wang Tian's swords, 63 massive blue swords appeared between heaven and earth. Ji Lanfang was not intimidated nor backed down. He mobilized the power of heaven and earth and created the same quantity of black swords. Bang! A maelstrom of sword energy devastated everything in the surrounding billion of kilometers, damaging the already deserted domain beyond repair. The skies separated into two, appearing as if two supreme swords were confronting each other. Wang Tian and Ji Lanfang looked at each other with excitement, while ignoring the devastation of the surrounding environment. Their momentum kept rising as their understanding of swordsmanship increased at a noticeable rate. And they were not the only ones. Any swordsmen or sword users watching this battle learned a thing or two. However, the two did not care about these other people as they focused on each other. Wang Tian waved his sword to create 269 trillion sword chi. No, these were sword essences condensed from cultivating different sword techniques, taking their core and creating sword chi. The sword chi fused to form 72 different swords floating before Wang Tian. Ji Lanfang squinted his eyes after seeing this before sighing. He followed the same and created 269 trillion sword chi too. Unfortunately, only 300 billion were unique, while he condensed the remaining ones with speed essence. Boom! The 72 swords clashed, generating a terrifying power that could easily wipe a quasi-emperor into oblivion. The two floated in the sky, intact and untouched, their aura not diminishing in the slightest. Nevertheless, Ji Lanfang secretly shook his head as he knew he had lost despite the equal outcome of the 72 swords. In this stage of their sword realms, his opponent went deeper than him and had a more profound foundation. Regardless, it was not over since the battle had just begun. Ji Lanfang regained his composure and focused on this battle. He gathered and condensed his sword will. As the name implies, sword wills are the manifestations of a swordsman's path. It is both a prototype of their daos and a representation of their will, a condensed representation of all their swordsmanship skills and abilities. Only once a swordsman reaches a higher realm could they acquire their sword will, which is one of the things used to distinguish between a swordsman and a sword user, since the latter does usually not have a sword will. Ji Lanfang created 81 swords formed from his sword will, which embodied unexplainable speed. His sword will involve the concept that only absolute speed equals absolute power. With speed, there is no obstacle the sword cannot overcome, whether it is myriad laws, the soul, the Tao, or any concepts between heaven and earth. Wang Tian's eyes brightened, unable to contain his excitement. He could not remember the last time he met a worthy challenger in the way of the sword. Without hesitation, he also gathered his sword will and created 81 swords. His sword will was also an extreme one, like Ji Lanfang's. However, instead of focusing on speed, he focused on cutting. Wang Tian's sword will manifested his desire to cut everything between heaven and earth, time, space, matter, energy, soul, living and non-living, everything existing and non-existent concept, and all truths and falseness. Boom! The 162 swords clashed, shaking the fabric of space-time in this domain. The clash destroyed everything in the surroundings. However, the very fabric of this domain was embedded with the sword intent of these two peerless swordsmen. In the future, this domain will become a paradise for all swordsmen all over the myriad emperor world. Another tie, commented Ji Lanfang as his first words since the battle began. Indeed, agreed Wang Tian, who felt refreshed and free after this short confrontation. He could foresee his swordsmanship taking great strides after this battle, and it should be the same for his opponent. We still have 2 realms to test out, added Ji Lanfang. Let's see if we can decide a victor. Wang Tian nodded, but he had an unknown and mysterious smile. Ji Lanfang did not know the meaning of that smile and thought the opponent was confident. So his competitive nature stirred up as he, too, was confident in his victory. Ultimate Swordsmanship Showdown, LLL. Eastern Azure Dragon Continent, Sword Casting Villa. Villa Master Jian Yi stood before a formation, watching Wang Tian and Ji Lanfang battle it out like mortals, using only pure swordsmanship. As he experienced this peak demonstration of skills, he remembered the first time he picked a sword, learning the basic moves of the sword. Is this why he's so better than me? He asked himself. Over the years, he has cultivated basic swordsmanship, returning to the basics to reach higher realms. However, he was not as consistent as he should have been. Instead, he focused on practicing and cultivating more powerful and unique sword techniques, hoping to find a way to surpass Wang Tian and avenge the humiliation of that generation. Jian Yi has never forgotten that year. Wang Tian had just entered the Saint Realm, so he decided to build momentum for himself before the final battle. So, he left the Dao opening sect and challenged every swordsman with a decent reputation. During this grand journey of swordsmanship, the emperor lineages, who focused on swordsmanship, suffered the greatest humiliation as Wang Tian suppressed the younger and older generations. During that time, many swordsmen broke their swords and swore never to touch a sword in practice. They cut off their sword path after seeing how high Wang Tian's swordsmanship reached. Back then, he did not have such a deep foundation and still suppressed a generation of swordsmen. Now, I cannot fathom how high he's reached, thought Jian Yi with a look of desolation. He took a moment to control his emotions before taking out his swords. It was blue similar to Wang Tian, but with clouds designed on them. This sword was the first sword he ever forged, and he used it as his proving Dao artifact. It was blue similar to Wang Tian, but with clouds designed on them. At that time, he was young and inexperienced, so he gave the sword a simple and direct name, Blue Cloud. Without saying much, Jian Yi practiced basic swordsmanship as he watched the two clash. In a few hours, his sword realm drastically improved, thus also increasing his overall strength. Jian Yi exhaled deeply as he finally found a way to improve moving forward. The irony is the answer was simple: practice the basic. He shook his head with a wry smile before saying, "Someone come." "Villa Master," said a disciple who bowed after entering the room. Jian Yi paused after hearing these words, as a more profound sadness enveloped him. Their sword-casting villa should have already elected a new Villa Master. Unfortunately, no one in the current generation is talented enough to take the post. "Go bring Shuanger," he ordered after calming down his emotions. The disciple was momentarily surprised, but he did not say anything else. A few minutes later, he escorted a handsome young man in a wheelchair. Jian Wushuang sat in the wheelchair with a listless aura and no expression. Even though someone pushed him inside, even though he met his master, he had a blank look and was not responsive. A cunning light flashed in Jian Yi's eyes as he rolled Jian Wushuang's wheelchair before the formation, allowing him to experience this peak swordsmanship battle. Meanwhile, Wang Tian and Ji Lanfang's battle continued in the central Qilin continent. After the previous 81 swords, the two chatted briefly before continuing their demonstration. They waved their swords to create 90 swords before them, and this time, the power of law echoed from their bodies. Despite the appearance of the power of law, this battle was still a display of pure skills. Technically speaking, a mortal swordsman could cultivate their swordsmanship realm to the level of controlling the laws. However, such action would result in their death after one attack. And that's because without sufficient cultivation realms, their souls and body cannot withstand utilizing such a level of power. Of course, for a mortal to achieve such a feat, they must have a high talent like Sword Empress Wang Tian and Ji Lanfang, and they would need some level of luck or opportunity. The 90 swords clashed together. Ji Lanfang's absolute speed law and Wang Tian's absolute cut law confronted each other, trying to determine which person has the most profound comprehension of sword law. The sounds of swords howling echoed between heaven and earth. Potent sword energy shone through the sky, cutting anything in their paths. All laws in the domain were scattered, leaving room only for the law of sword to reign supreme. "Still a tie," commented Wang Tian with bright eyes. "Indeed," replied Ji Lanfang with a slight surprise. He thought his friend's realm would be tainted after losing his purity after tempering his body. But so far, there are no indications of such a thing. "Then, let's continue." "As you wish," nodded Ji Lanfang as he condensed 99 swords before him. And as soon as they appeared, heaven and earth changed. Ji Lanfang took complete control of the laws of the surrounding environment. At that moment, He was heavenly Tao and determined how the sword laws of heaven and earth operated. Please visit Panda in 0v1. Man Wang Tian did not fall behind. He deployed his sword domain, which manifested in the form of 99 swords. The domain suddenly separated into two. If a swordsman stood by Ji Lanfang's side, they would discover they could only use fast swords. They could not use slow sword techniques, elegant sword techniques, variation sword techniques, or deceptive techniques. And if they were on Wang Tian's side, they would discover they could not stab, parry, sweep, or evade. They could only cut. The two forcibly bend the laws of reality in their surrounding, forcing their sword's path on the world, forcing heaven and earth to acknowledge their sword Tao as the correct rule of the universe. Bang! The 99 swords clashed, creating devastating power. The vortex of energy produced by their clash is enough to kill one or two Leaf Immortal Venerable. Many people became scared after seeing the aftermath, especially members of the older generation. They did not imagine Wang Tian would reach such a level. The current generation, who previously looked down on the former because of the lack of people who broke the barrier between mortal and immortal, finally showed some respect. Swordsmen throughout the Myriad Emperor had complicated emotions. They were proud as Wang Tian showed the world why they were considered the type of cultivator with the greatest attacks. Simultaneously, they despaired as they realized the immense difference between them and the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Most gave up as they saw what the pinnacle looked like, but a few became motivated and decided to follow Wang Tian's path to death, even if they could never reach such a level. Wang Tian secretly sighed after the aftermath of their confrontation ended. He lost by a slight margin in the confrontation, just like Ji Lanfang did during their clash with Sword Essence. "It's a tie again," said Ji Lanfang this time around. "True. Then, it seems we need to decide the final victor with an actual battle," he added. Previously, they only tested their realm, but an actual battle involved myriad things like their soul, energy quantity inside their bodies, control of laws, battle experience, and tactics. "No. You have already lost," Wang Tian declared boldly. "What do you mean? Sword domain is not the highest realm of swordsmanship, and there are not only 11 realms, but 12. In the previous battle, the two displayed all the realms or stages a swordsman would experience throughout their lives. Everyone began with learning and mastering basic swordsmanship before entering the first stage, Sword Slash. There are 4 levels of Sword Slash, and each realm requires more skills. The 5th realm is Sword Heart. The swordsman is no longer limited by the sword in his hand. In this realm, a piece of wood, hair, or a string of grass can be a sword. Afterward is the Soul Sword or Mind Sword. In this realm, the swordsman's attacks are no longer limited to physical aspects and can touch ethereal or non-real concepts like the soul. The 7th stage is when swordsmen begin to control the power of heaven and earth. In some cultivation systems, the swordsman has to comprehend sword intent before slowly reaching the stage of controlling the power of heaven and earth. In others, they directly do it. The 8th stage is Sword Essence, which requires swordsmen to gather the essence of countless sword techniques and incorporate it into their own, thus strengthening their foundation. The 9th stage condenses all these sword essences into the manifestation of a swordsman's path, their sword will. The 10th stage is to control the law, and the 11th stage is the sword domain, where a swordsman has absolute control of the law, imposing his own sword Tao on the world. These stages are not all the swordsmanship realms, and depending on the cultivation systems, some swordsmen will not follow a linear path when cultivating these realms. For example, some people will condense their sword will first before nourishing it with their sword essence. And many swordsmen will skip the 4th level of Sword Slash or would cultivate it after reaching higher realms. "I call this realm sword and sword unity," said Wang Tian with a smile. Ultimate Swordsmanship Showdown 4. Ji Lanfang frowned as he immediately became more serious. Swordsmen must enter the realm of human and sword unity to reach the 4 stages of Sword Slash. There's also the realm of human and heaven unity, which granted cultivators a higher level of control of spiritual chi and, eventually, the power of heaven and earth. However, this realm is not a realm that only swordsmen can achieve. Many cultivation systems require cultivators to reach the human and heaven unity stage before they can comprehend and wield the power of law. However, with all his knowledge and experience, he had never heard of sword and sword unity. "This realm is easy to understand," said Wang Tian with a smile. "My body is the sword, my heart is the sword, and I hold a sword. I am the ultimate sword." A terrifying momentum emanated from his body. He harnessed the power of his fleshly body, but oddly, it was not the power of blood energy. It was the power of a supreme sword. Ji Lanfeng looked at his opponent in shock. His vision changed, and what he saw was no longer Wang Tian, but an actual sword. It was like the person before him had abandoned its fleshly body and turned into a real physical sword. Wang Tian swung his sword to create 108 blades that fused into an enormous blue sword. Ji Lanfeng's face changed as he mobilized his sword domain to respond. He also condensed 108 swords that combined. Unfortunately, it was pointless. Wang Tian's attack cut through his sword like a sharp knife, cutting through butter. And it was meaningless no matter how Ji Lanfeng responded. That sword cut anything in its path. Luckily for him, this was not a life-and-death battle. So Wang Tian stopped the sword from erasing him from the mortal coil. Li Lanfeng looked dazed, as if he had lost his mind. "Is this the true realm of one sword breaking myriad laws?" he muttered to himself, but everyone watching through different means could hear him. Regardless, he did not care about these people as he was lost in his own mind. 9 is extreme, and 12 is perfection. The perfect sword realm, body, soul, and mind are all swords. So, we were wrong all along. Ji Lanfeng's face underwent multiple changes. It appeared as if he was struggling with something, struggling to accept the truth. "Ha ha ha, so we were all wrong," he said with delirious in his voice. "We focused so much on pureness that we strayed from the true path of swordsmanship. How ridiculous!" Ji Lanfeng was not the person whose mind was shocked by this revelation. All swordsmen who reached the sword law and domain stage and thought they had reached the ultimate stage of swordsmanship had a similar reaction. They realized they must temper their bodies to reach the same stage as Wang Tian. However, how could they easily accept their path was wrong? The idea of pursuing the ultimate attack of the sword by ignoring the body has been ingrained in their souls and bloodlines for millions of generations. This idea has become their core. It has formed their belief and personal philosophy. So how could they easily accept they were wrong? Crack. The whole world simultaneously heard a cracking sound. Many people were confused, but only a few knew this resulted from countless swordsmen having their Tao hearts broken. Throughout the myriad emperor world, all swordsmen of a sufficient realm suddenly spewed a mouthful of blood and became extremely pale. Sword-casting Villa. Jin, he looked at the screen with a pale face. He wiped out the blood from the corner of his mouth, trying extremely hard to rein in his mind. However, this task was more challenging than he imagined. All he could think about was his path was wrong, and he could not accept this. Maybe Wang Tian is wrong. Maybe he entered this stage for a different reason. He repeated this thought over and over, trying to convince himself. Unfortunately, the evidence was right before him. Jenny took a deep breath and swallowed several pills to help with his injury. The best choice for him would be to enter seclusion to heal properly. However, he knew he must watch this battle to the end. While Jian Yi was distracted, something extraordinary occurred. Jian Wushuang suddenly moved one of his fingers. At first, it was barely perceivable, but with the passage of time, he truly moved his finger. "Shuang you?" asked Jian Yi with shock. He received no response, but he could still not control the joy on his face. He watched as Jian Wushuang moved his fingers over and over. Jian Yi did not waste time and called one of the villa's ancestors to check the situation. Tao Opening Sect. The ancestors, who were also watching this battle, rapidly looked at Sword One with a worried look. They detected many of the sect's swordsmen also spewed blood and even had their Tao heartbroken. Luckily, their worry was in vain. A powerful and mysterious aura suddenly enveloped Sword One as she looked in a daze at the visual transmission array. A few seconds later, she muttered, "Is this the Sword and Sword Unity realm? Besides the terrible name, it's not bad at all." "You?" asked Origin One. "The Empress already told me of this realm and forced me to temper my body. However, I cannot enter it before now. Please visit Panda in 0v1. Tempering the body was a requirement to reach this realm, but it was not guaranteed." "Your strength?" asked Origin One with excitement. "I don't know exactly, but I'm no longer afraid of these old immortal sovereigns." Sword One was confident she would not need the help of the human preservation array to find the immortal sovereign from the Spirit Genesis sect. Good. Wang Tian sighed as he felt the change between heaven and earth. He predicted this outcome before the battle. However, he knew his action was necessary for the sword path to continue forward and prosper. The swords must break before being reforged into something stronger. He knew many people would not accept his new ideology and concept, even with conclusive evidence his path was the best. Regardless, he prepared to lay the foundation for this new path so it could become mainstream in a few generations. As for the pushback he would receive from the majority of swordsmen, Wang Tian did not care and prepared to suppress all of them after proving the Tao. "My sword path will become the orthodox way. I will ensure that." Ji Lanfang finally calmed down and regained his bearing. "I lost," he said calmly. "However, I have not given up on my path." He gathered his momentum again, his eyes shining brighter than before. "Let's decide which path is the best. Why are you being stubborn? You should know the outcome of this battle before it even started," convinced Wang Tian. "Panda, in OV1, I have cultivated this path for 230 million years," Ji Lanfang sighed. "I cannot give up so easily." "I understand," replied Wang Tian. When the Sword Empress first suggested he tempered his body, he also refused even though he knew she was a paragon and walked farther than him in the Tao of the Sword. And if not for his enlightenment, he would have never reached the current realm. Wang Tian took a deep breath before also gathering his aura and momentum. He understood Ji Lanfang's last struggle was the manifestation of the desire of all the swordsmen of the old path. Once Wang Tian defeats him, it will signify that the new sword path has triumphed over the old one. A new era for the sword Tao will officially begin. "Are you ready?" asked Wang Tian. "I am." "Then let's begin." Ji Lanfang nodded before gathering his essence, qi, and spirit, ensuring they reached the peak. Then, immobilized his law before slashing his sword. The attack was so fast that matter, space-time, heaven and earth, and even fate could not catch its trajectory. 99% of swordsmen, or even cultivators, watching this legendary battle could not follow the trajectory of this sword. And even the people who could not see it, but could only feel it. Unfortunately, nothing happened when the strike reached Wang Tian. He floated in the air in the same place, not a scratch on his clothes. He still had the ethereal and sword immortal-like atmosphere around him that woke countless women in his generation. Ji Lanfang sighed. "You cut my speed?" "I did," replied Wang Tian. Although he could not react to the speed of the attack, he had a passive domain surrounding him. So, once Ji Lanfang's attack almost reached him, the domain responded and cut off the latter's speed. "Good," said Ji Lanfang, drastically increasing his fighting intent. "This battle has just begun." Ultimate Swordsmanship Showdown v. Ji Lanfang took a deep breath before rushing to his opponent. He had a terrifying fighting intent in his eyes as he entered a state of no thought and no distraction. He only cared about doing his best to win this unwinnable battle. No distance strike. He swung his sword so fast that he ignored the concept of distance, thus drastically increasing the speed of his strike. Unfortunately, it was useless. Wang Tia cut the no-distance concept of his technique, thus returning distance. In other words, Ji Fang's attack could no longer ignore distance and had to travel from point A to point B, where Wang Tian. Ji Fang smiled wryly as he watched the slow trajectory of his sword heading for Wang Tian, who easily evaded it. Beyond Death Strike, death is eternal and instant. However, Ji Fang's sword is even faster than death itself. Wang Tian calmly watched this attack. He could feel the terrifying speed and the power of life and death in that strike. Regardless, it was pointless to him. With one strike, he cut off the death and speed power behind that strike. Meanwhile, Ji Fang was not discouraged as he expected this outcome. He followed his previous strike with another technique: infinite speed momentum. Slash, slash, slash. With each strike, Ji Fang's momentum increased exponentially, as does his speed. He touched on the concept of infinite speed and went deep into 5 times infinite speed, 10 times infinite speed, 20 times infinite speed. Wang Tian calmly watched the incalculable sword slashes attacking him. The current attacks were beyond his physical senses or his soul sense. However, it did not matter since his passive domain did its job and slowed once the slashes reached him. Wang Tian suddenly swung his sword and cut off Ji Fang's infinite, forcing him to take a dozen steps backward in the sky. Infinite mass sword, Ji Fang changed tactics and focused on a heavy attack instead. Infinite speed converted into infinite mass. Moreover, Ji Fang did not target Wang Tian, but directed his strength to affect the domain surrounding his opponent. With this one strike, the power law between heaven shook as Ji Fang brought tremendous pressure to the surrounding domain. His attack was as if a mighty fleshly body used pure force to break the laws of heaven and earth. Wang Tian secretly shook his head. The opponent abandoned the advantage of speed, making things easier for him. He used the passive domain to boost his sword before slashing. Crack! Ji Fang lost the infinite mass of his sword, and it became an ordinary attack with ordinary speed or attack potential. He smiled wryly as he finally understood how the swordsmen in his world felt when they fought him. Their despair, helplessness, confusion, and doubt. He experienced them all in this short confrontation. Luckily, he was not like these swordsmen. His mind and Dao heart were better than theirs, so he soon regained his clarity and focused. He had not lost yet. Traceless sword, Ji Fang made the posture of the sword-drawing technique before rapidly swinging his sword. In this attack, his sword was so fast that it could not be seen, smelled, or detected. It escaped the world's shackles through sheer speed and simply disappeared. It became traceless. The void around Wang Tian trembled for a moment before returning to normal. His eyes lit up with surprise as this attack had some effect on his domain. Sadly, it suffered the same fate as the first attack. The domain cut off its concept of being undetected and drastically weakened. Even this one failed, muttered Ji Fang before shaking his head. I have 2 more attacks left. No, 3. If you cut them, it'll admit my defeat. Future Slash, a second illusory version of Ji Fang, appeared next to him, wearing all white clothes. The two fused before he slashed his swords. Wang Tian looked in shock as he could not react. However, a potent slash suddenly appeared before him before stopping Ji Fang's attack. He sighed in relief as he reviewed that attack. He used his unfathomable speed to break the limit of the River of Time, thus accessing a future version of himself. They then fused their speed to reach an unimaginable slash. Wang Tian understood this attack was similar to his son's future Buddha self, but Ji Fang used his speed sword Dao to achieve something similar. Blush! Ji Fang suddenly spewed a mouthful of blood as his complexion became pale. He hurriedly took out a talisman from his space ring and activated it. "Are you all right?" asked Wang Tian. This is just the backlash from the River of Time. He did not cultivate the law of time, so using that sword slash will sometime have backlash. Luckily, he's always prepared with a special time talisman to help him resist. The second attack, continued Ji Fang. "Do you want to recuperate?" "No need. A ruthless look flashed in Ji Lanfang's eyes as he changed the sword to his left hand. I've never used this attack before, and everything about it is theoretical. Thus, I don't know the final result. So, fellow Taoist, be careful. This was only a friendly battle, so Ji Lanfang did not want to kill his friend accidentally. I understand, replied Wang Tian, taking the warning seriously. Then Ji Lanfang slashed. Nothingness sword. Please visit Panda in 0v1. Nothingness has no form, no shape, and no intent. So, what would happen to a sword traveling to absolute nothingness? A sword with no matter, energy, laws, or concept like motion, distance, or friction to hinder its traveling speed. The result would be beyond comprehension speed. Bang! Wang Tian flew 100,000 meters back before stopping. His face was pale, and his aura weakened. A sword that touched on nothingness taboo. Brilliant, he commented. He would have lost to that sword if it was not for his previous battle with his son and learning how to cut off nothingness. Suddenly, he frowned. Are you all right? He hurriedly asked. Better than I anticipated, replied Ji Lanfang, who was missing his left arm. The thing disappeared after the attack, returning to nothingness. You're too reckless, said Wang Tian, but Ji Lanfang did not care. He created this sword, but never had the opportunity to use it, because he always felt something terrible would happen to him if he did. So, he was prepared to die after that attack. Luckily, he only lost one arm. Of course, he knew he could not regrow that arm no matter what he did or what resources he used. His only chance is after he proves the Tao and becomes an emperor. Regardless, Ji Lanfang did not care since this sword was the pinnacle of his skill, talent, and years of cultivation. Anyway, even with one arm, he was confident of suppressing his peers and becoming the one who sat on the throne. I have basically lost this battle, declared Ji Lanfang. However, I have one last sword, but it is not mine. He looked in the distance before sighing. Before then, I would like to apologize for being presumptuous. He pointed his fingers at the sky, and countless motes of light suddenly flew from different corners of the myriad emperor world. The eastern, western, central, southern, and northern continent all had motes of light. Most originated from the eastern continent, with the central continent offering the second most number. The motes of light gathered together to form an enormous golden sword hanging above heaven and earth. You want to open a new sword path, but most swordsmen will not accept it, said Ji Lanfang. But now, this is your chance. I've condensed the will of the current sword path. Defeat it, and heaven and earth will acknowledge your new sword path as the dominant one. Wang Tian calmly looked at the golden sword in the sky. He could tell it was the final resistance of the swordsmen of the old path. Otherwise, how could an outsider like Ji Lanfang condense such a sword? As you wish. Wang Tian's aura suddenly increased as he gathered all his power, including his new sword realm. He swung his sword to create a pure white slash toward his target. Crack! Ji Lanfang's face changed as he watched a considerable crack appear in the golden sword, almost separating into two. He did not think his old friend would be so ruthless and cut off most of the old path. This meant from now on, it would become 100 times more difficult for swordsmen of the old path to cultivate and reach a higher realm of swordsmanship. The only way forward for these swordsmen is to acknowledge Wang Tian's sword path and change their mindset or ideology. That's the only for their swordsmanship cultivation to return to normal. It's a shame, commented Wang Tian. Sad he could not completely cut it off. It does not matter. There is still a chance in the future. Once he proves the Tao, the first thing he would do is cut off the old path, forever eliminating from this world. Brat, what have you done? Suddenly roared a voice that echoed throughout the sky. Wang Tian frowned as he looked at the old man who suddenly appeared in the sky. I remember you. You're Casting One from the Sword Casting Villa. Casting One did not answer Wang Tian, but looked in the distance. Indianzu 1C. Why do you care? Anyway, people on our level won't be affected, replied Sword One. That's because he's too weak now, replied Casting One. He could foresee the fate of swordsmen once Wang Tian proved the Tao. Plus, I have to consider my sect's foundation. Then change to his path, added Sword One. His path is better and can increase the strength of your entire sect. Do you think it's easy for people to change paths? Casting One could foresee the devastating catastrophe Wang Tian's actions will have on Sword's cultivators throughout the Myriad Emperor world. I don't care, replied Sword One. The world is changing, so you guys should change to adapt. Otherwise, prepare to be eliminated by the time. Casting One gritted his teeth before looking at Wang Tian with terrible killing intent. Then, he gazed at Ji Lanfang with the same eyes, but felt another person on his level gazing at him. He understood this foreigner came with an insurgent to protect him. He snorted coldly before disappearing. He needed to manage the situation to ensure their sect's foundation was not destroyed. Aftermath. Wang Tian watched Casting One leave in anger and did not care. He already expected the backlash he would receive for his actions. However, his previous plan was to cut off the old sword path after he proved the Tao. By then, he would have the strength to suppress the entire world and even affect the entire lower dimension. Although his decision was spontaneous, he analyzed that it was not such a bad thing. The swordsmen of the Myriad Emperor would have an entire generation to adapt to the status quo. Unfortunately, other heaven worlds will not have such a luxury once he completely cuts off their path. Wang Tian secretly shook his head before focusing on Ji Lanfang's state. Although he was slightly injured, Ji Lanfang's situation was worse than his. You were reckless. Haha, true. But I've never had such a thrilling battle in my cultivation journey, replied Ji Lanfang. So it was worth it. He can confidently say he learned more than 1,000,000 years of cultivation retreat and battle experience in this short battle. So what are you going to do? I'm not stubborn beyond saving, replied Ji Lanfang. Since you showed me a better path, I would be a fool not to walk it. His goal, or ambition, is to see the pinnacle of swordsmanship. And since Wang Tian showed him the actual peak of swordsmanship, he will not hesitate to change his path. That's Ji. Wang Tian stopped midway through his sentence as he raised his head to see purple light emanating from the cloud. Purple merit, commented Ji Lanfang with slight surprise before realizing it made sense. Wang Tian did not create a new path as many people claimed. No, throughout the entire lower dimension, and even the Eternal Ascension's world, the way of the sword went astray as swordsmen walked an extreme path, abandoning the core idea of the harmony of essence, spirit, and chi. What Wang Tian did was redirect swordsmen back to the correct path that was in harmony with heaven and earth. Despite this, he still received the highest level of purple merit for his contribution. Wang Tian calmly received the merit with a smile. He could use this event to show these stubborn swordsmen his path was orthodox while they were crooked. Under the banner of orthodoxy, he can gather many swordsmen on his side. Congratulations, fellow Taoist, said Ji Lanfang with a smile. Thank you, replied Wang Tian before thinking of something. Wire, come here. The void opened, and Wang Wei walked out. Brother Ji, how have you been since we last met? Asked Wang Wei with a smile, making Wang Tian's lips twitch. He considered Ji Lanfang a close friend and even a brother. He even considered becoming a sword brother with the latter. Unfortunately, Ji Lanfang was technically in the same generation as his son. If he became sword brother with the latter, Wang Wei would have to call him uncle. But now, Wang Wei called Ji Lanfang brother, which further made the seniority between the three becoming more complicated. The worst part is Wang Tian knew his son did it on purpose. I've been well, replied Ji Lanfang with some embarrassment as he, too, felt awkward with the entire seniority dynamic of this group. The previous him at the deception trial was carefree and would not care about such a thing. However, a long time has passed since then, and after becoming the sect master of his faction, he had to mature and conform to societal's customs. I see you've been well, added Ji Lanfang, a little envious of Wang Wei's ability to completely ignore societal norms and be as free as he wants. He often misses his younger self. Indeed, I've been well. Let's hope this will last long, replied with some unknown meaning. We're can you help Ji Lanfang's arm? I can combine the power of time and nothingness to turn back time to the moment he had lost his arm. Will you be all right? It will take a few days. That's fine. There is no need, suddenly added Ji Lanfang, shaking his head. Fellow Taoist, I've only been able to simulate that strike without training it properly, so it can be considered incomplete. However, with the missing arm, I can better feel the power of nothingness and finally complete it, explained Ji Lanfang. Are you going to be all right with one arm? Asked Wang Tian. Please visit Panda and 0v1. Even with one arm, I can still suppress my generation, replied Ji Lanfang. Of course, his explanation was not the only reason he refused Wang Wei's aid. His intuition as a swordsman told him it was not a good idea to owe any karmic debt to the latter. Wang Wei sensed Ji Lanfang's reservation toward him, but he did not say anything. Ji Lanfang can be a powerful ally for his plans. However, if the latter gets in his way, he would have mercy on him because of his father and just exile him to the upper dimension. Yes, a man should have such a domineering spirit, nodded Wang Tian as he felt his friend's state of mind was to his liking. For swordsmen of their caliber, limbs are only important when meeting someone of equal strength, and the slightest difference could determine the victor. All right, it's time for me to fulfill our end of the bargain, added Wang Tian before looking at his son. Wang Wei nodded before placing an array in the surrounding domain for the next few minutes. He activated the array, and the river of time suddenly manifested above the group. Then, an enormous piece of land came from the river of time. Luckily, Wang Wei stopped the prying eyes of everyone in the world. Otherwise, the people would realize this piece of land was a perfect copy of the domain where the two previously. Brilliant, blurted out Ji Lanfang, and he met his words. He could see Wang Wei had pulled out the same piece of land they fought from another timeline. Phew, exhaled Wang Wei. I'm glad it worked. Messing with parallel timelines with his current strength is dangerous and can result in terrible backlash. Luckily, the battle between these two was a recent event, and he had some karmic connection to this piece of land. As we agreed, this land belongs to you, said Wang Tian, and Ji Lanfang nodded before waving his hand to create a small world and putting the land inside. A middle-aged man dressed in all black, with piercing eyes, suddenly appeared behind Ji Lanfang. Wang Tian and Wang Wei immediately guessed the latter's identity and saluted. The old man saluted back before saying, Sect Master, we need to leave. Ji Lanfang frowned for a moment before realizing the current situation. Although Wang Tian decided to break the old path, it was he who condensed it. As an outsider, the swordsmen of the myriad emperor world will not care that they gave him permission. Many will still place the blame on his head. I see. He nodded before saying farewell to Wang Tian and Wang Wei before finally leaving. I'm on it. She was intelligent to know some people might kill the group to force the sect behind Ji Lanfang to become enemies with the Dao opening sect. Wang Wei then focused on his father. What will you do with this place? Leave for the sect only, or open it to other swordsmen? The sect will have control, but I will use it to solicit more swordsmen into my path. In that case, I suggest you create the Sword Alliance to gather and control the swordsmen of the world. Make the base in this place, and grade someone from 1 to 12 based on their sword realms. You will be the alliance leader, and every generation, the best swordsman will be chosen as the leader. Wang Tian's eyes lit up as he realized how much of a great idea this was. With this sword alliance, the Dao opening sect will increase both its military and political power. And even if subsequent alliance leaders are not from the sect, the land where the alliance headquarters is built will belong to the Dao opening sect, thus granting them a lot of power in the alliance. Many swordsmen do not like to be restrained, but that does not matter, added Wang Tian. They can become outside members of the alliance and do missions to acquire points. Points they can use to comprehend Sword Realm in this blessed land. Good idea, uttered Wang Wei. Swordsmen are one of the best military forces in the world, and through the Sword Alliance, he can gather and use their power. In the future, the sect should use more resources to cultivate swordsmen, added Wang Wei. The Dao opening sect has the inheritance of Sword Empress, so there were many swordsmen, especially during Wang Tian's reign as sect master. However, Wang Wei suddenly felt it was insufficient, so he decided to increase the resources to cultivate more swordsmen. That's a good idea. Plus, I know the perfect person for the position of vice leader, replied Wang Tian. Oh, who? An old acquaintance I need to apologize to, he said with a sigh. However, he did not go into much detail. I will leave you to deal with the aftermath. I need to go somewhere. He then disappeared, leaving a speechless Wang Wei. Being sect master sucks sometimes, he complained before calling people to deal with this domain. As for the Dao opening sect taking over such a blessed land for swordsmen, no one dare say anything except express their regret. Rejuvenation. While supervising the sect's takeover of this blessed land, Wang Wei wondered whether it was possible to control the devil cultivators in the Western continent through a method similar to the Sword Alliance. A devil alliance would require benefits to draw them in. Devil cultivators used flesh, blood, and soul to increase their cultivation and strength forcefully. Wang Wei can use his time and karma law to take blood from the past for them to use. He can also use his soul law to steal some souls from the past. Although this method has risks of affecting samsara, it's possible to achieve if he is careful enough. Unfortunately, after thinking for a moment, he realized this idea was not feasible. Why would the devil cultivators join the alliance and be forced to work for others when they can kill a city of mortals to gather flesh and blood? These cultivators do not care about mortality, so they would choose the easier path to gather cultivation resources. So, they would rather go on a killing spree than work for Wang Wei's Devil Alliance. And the situation might not improve even if they joined. These devil cultivators would cheat the mission given by the Alliance, delegate the task to their subordinates or slaves, kill each other for Alliance points, and forcefully take the credit of others. The main problem in controlling them is their twisted mindset, thought Wang Wei. So, the best approach is to use absolute force, since they only worship strength. So, Wang Wei planned how to deal with the devil cultivators, instill the fear of God into them. He will kill them until they submit and behave. And if they refuse to surrender, there won't be any devil cultivator factions from now on in the Myriad Emperor world. Although I cannot say for future generations, if they oppose me, I won't hesitate to wipe them out, thought Wang Wei with a ruthless light in his eyes, scaring the sect elders and disciples doing their business. Wang Wei smiled apologetically before teleporting to the sect. Meanwhile, these people began to wonder what unlucky person offended their sect master. They shook their heads since they could only offer their condolences to that person. Immortal Ascension World, Dharma Sword Sect, Jilan Fong and his Dao protector, Silent Sword Immortal, finally arrived home. These people from the Dao opening sect are crazy, commented Jilan Fong. In the way hope, more than 5 insurgents attacked the team. Luckily, Sword One followed them along and protected them. The Dao opening sect has become too powerful, thus breaking the balance of power. So, it's normal for other people to want to deal with them, uttered Silent Sword, who took the opportunity to get a brief understanding of the Myriad Emperor world while he was there. True. Isn't something similar happening to our sect? Ji Lanfang's rise of suppression in an entire generation was not well received by many people. And unfortunately, the Dharma Sword is not the Dao opening sect. Although they are one of the most powerful sects with 5 emperors, but they had no Eternals. So, most factions won't just wait for the Dharma Sword sect to cultivate not only an Eternal Emperor, but an Eternal Supreme. After all, with the power and talent displayed by Jilan Fong, he has a high chance of having such an achievement. Silent Sword did not continue on this topic and said something else. Sect Master, do you want to repeat Wang Tian's method? It's an excellent method to gather merit. And maybe even, no need. This is not my destiny, replied Jilan Fong, who understood the subtle meaning behind these words. He could quickly enter the 12th Sword realm with his talent, spread it in the Immortal Ascension world, and acquire merit. Furthermore, He will prove the Tao even before Wang Tian. So, if he wanted, he could spread the new sword path to the entire lower dimension and garner countless merit. The only trouble with this method would be Wang Tian's son. However, Ji Lanfang did not want to betray his friend. Such a vile act would only affect his sword Tao. As you wish. Silent Sword knew destiny could be fought for. However, he did not insist since the sect master did not want to. Furthermore, the decision might be a wise one. He could foresee that the sect master would become enemies with his friend's son if he walked the path. Honestly, Wang Wei's talent and power scared Silent Sword. It may not be worth the trouble, he thought. Sect master, what about your arm? It's no problem. After cultivating for a few years and adapting, his strength will not decrease because of the missing arm. Are you sure it was a good idea to reject their help? It was, replied Ji Lanfang. Although I have only interacted with Wang Wei briefly, I can see he is a man of immense ambitions. He had a keen intuition for these kinds of things as a swordsman. Before we know how his ambitions will affect us, it's best not to owe him too much karma. Indeed, Silent Sword agreed with this cautious approach. He only worries about the missing arm affecting the Dharma Sword sect's grand event of cultivating an eternal supreme. Well, I cannot stay long in mortal realm, said Silent Sword. Sect master, take care of yourself. Thank you for protecting me, saluted Ji Lanfang as he watched Silent Sword ascend to the immortal realm. He then decided to enter seclusion, not leaving until the start of the Heavenward battle. In the mortal realm, without any immortal sovereign and Tao ancestor, Ji Lanfang was literally invincible. However, he never used his overwhelming strength to give more benefit to his sect because he knew there were a few methods for immortals to descend to the mortal realm for a short period. Ji Lanfang had to learn the hard way to be low-key due to the sheer number of assassination attempts he suffered from immortal-level powerhouses. Of course, he also became a legend after killing a few immortal sovereigns. Regardless, he decided to stay indoors to ensure he would become an emperor, making his sect rise to the pinnacle. Myriad Emperor World, Eastern Azure Dragon Continent, Casting Sword Villa. Please visit Panda, N0VE1. Co. MGN, he spewed another mouthful of blood after Wang Tian cut off a part of the old path. Damn it, Wang Tian, how could you be so crazy? He roared in anger. He took more pills to stabilize himself. A few minutes later, Casting One appeared in the room. Ha, indeed. A no VE1 Jian, he knew how much sword-based factions like themselves would suffer after Wang Tian's actions. Casting One sighed. The prosperity of this new path is the trend of heaven and earth. Jian Yi's face became ugly to look at. What was the trend of heaven and earth? It meant something destined to happen, and nothing could stop it, just like the arrival of a new and prosperous era. Even as a trend of heaven and earth, there should be something we can do. The best option is to have someone as talented as Wang Tian use their skills to nourish the old path, added Casting One. However, that would only delay the inevitable. Jian Yi sighed with great sadness. If Shanger was still able, he might have a chance. Has there been any news about the Tao Heart solution? Unfortunately, not a single peep, replied Jian. After Jian Wushuang's accident, the villa did not give up on him and search for ways to treat him. They even send people to other world communities to find a cure. The only cure they found was a rare spiritual herb called the Tao Heart Solution that supposedly helped people fix their broken Tao hearts. Unfortunately, that solution is, at best, a legend since no one has ever heard or seen it, let alone have it in their possession. Bang! A terrifying sword will suddenly emanated from the room, surprising the two. They reacted and found the source, and were shocked when they saw it was from Jian Wushuang. Was wrong, muttered Jian Wushuang with a hoarse voice. My swordsmanship went astray. His eyes brightened up, becoming alive. They were no longer dull and listless. I should have never tried to control infinity, whether directly or through law resonance. Jian Wushuang coughed severely, but he ignored the situation of his body. Even the other two did not interrupt or help him. I should have incorporated it into the basic swordsmanship. My sword will has infinite slashes, infinite cuts, infinite parry, infinite stabs, and even infinite striking speed. Jian Wushuang's sword was sublimated as he found his own sword Dao, a pure sword Dao similar to Wang Tian and Ji Lanfang. Shuanger, your heel. Jian Yi could not contain his excitement. Not really, replied Jian Wushuang, who knew very well the terrible shape of his body. The breakthrough in swordsmanship has awakened me from the stupor state, but my Dao heart is still broken. This, don't worry, added Jian Wushuang, calm to the point of scary. I've already found a way to heal completely. However, my fate with the Emperor path is cut off in this generation. Jian Wushuang decided to walk a path similar to a motionless swordsman, dedicated only to the way of the sword with no desire to have a Dao companion. In this life, he will live and die for the sword. It's fine, reassured Jian. You can seal yourself. You have a high chance of becoming an eternal emperor with your talent. Do you have any idea on how to deal with the situation? Suddenly asked Casting One. Isn't it obvious? Said Jian Wushuang. We have a better path. Why struggle holding into something destined to become useless? Things are not that simple. They are, he retorted. We will lose much of our power, but so will most swords factions. We need to eliminate those who cannot keep up, while also focusing on cultivating the new generations with the right mindset for this new sword path. Casting One and Jian frowned, pondering the consequences of the latter's words. This is a disaster, but also an opportunity, said Jian Wushuang. After all, things sometimes need to break before rising and becoming stronger. The same principle applies to a sword. The two's eyes lit up before calming down. Old folks like us are too conservative, said Casting One with a big sigh. You can be in charge of this issue. I only ask you to be more sensitive when dealing with this transition. He then disappeared. Jian Yi also sighed, but did not refute. Heal your physical problems. Then, I will pass the Villa Master position to you. He also disappeared. Jian Yi could tell his disciple had grown up. It's a shame he had to experience such a cruel fate to mature to such an extent. Sword Alliance. Wang Tian teleported to the far northern part of the central continent, to a place known as the Supreme Sword Domain. He headed to the most prosperous place of this domain, Mighty Sword City. Wang Tian secretly went to the city lord, but to his surprise, two people seemed to be waiting for him. One was a middle-aged man dressed in a red robe, and the other was a young woman with a blue dress full of blood energy. Pian Dan 0V1. C0M, Shuexiang has seen Lord Wang Tian, saluted the young girl. Are you waiting for me? My master told me you would come here. Wang Tian sighed after hearing this. All right, lead the way. Your Excellency, this way, said the middle-aged man who was the city lord. Although he controlled this large city full of powerhouses and resources, he did not dare have any attitude toward the former sect master of the Dao opening sect. The city lord led the two to a secret room full of formation. He activated them without wasting time, and Wang Tian and Shuexiang disappeared. Wang Tian soon found himself in another small world. A towering mountain was in the distance, with numerous cities at the base and the surrounding. He saw innumerable people flying in the sky with their swords. Wang Tian quickly noticed that 95% of the people he saw in this small world had a sword as their primary weapon. Additionally, he noticed the spiritual qi between heaven and earth was violent, making it more challenging to absorb for cultivation. In the past, I was arrogant and called the people of the demon god sword sect sword users, not swordsmen. But now, he secretly shook his head, admonishing his young self. Then he followed Su Xiang to the towering mountain's peak. She guided him inside a hall, but did not follow. Meanwhile, Wang Tian saw an older man with white hair and beard, bulging muscles, and mighty sword intent. However, the most striking thing about him was a scar on his left eye. So, you've reached this realm as well. Of course, replied Fan Shun with a calm but heavy tone. I already had the foundation. So, it's normal I reached the stage after seeing you demonstrate. Indeed, Your demon god sword has been right all along, muttered Wang Tian. The demon god sword is an old sect despite having only one great emperor. Their founder, Demon God Sword Emperor, existed during the incense era and was quite talented. He was the first to preach that swordsmen need a powerful body, then condense their essence, spirit, and chi to reach higher realms. Unfortunately, he was talented in body refining, but not swordsmanship. Before proving the Tao, he only reached the sword law realm, not even the sword domain realm. This meant he could use the power of his sword through the domain of the Saint realm, but not individually like other swordsmen who reached the 11th realm. Despite this, he was still a mighty first-class emperor. The demon god, Sword Emperor created a sect, hoping to pass on his ideal to the next generation. Unfortunately, their sect has been ridiculed by pure swordsmanship factions for over 4 eras. Until today. "Why are you here?" asked Fan Shun, not even asking Wang Tian to sit down or offer tea. "You know why I'm here." Fan Shun did not say anything, but stared at Wang Tian. "I'm here to apologize," added Wang Tian, looking at the scar on the latter's face. When he was young, he could sometimes be too hot-blooded. So, he once met Fan Shun and discussed the way of the sword. Wang Tian thought Fan Shun was a mediocre swordsman and disdained interacting with the latter. He even called him a sword user, meaning someone who only uses the sword but does not cultivate the sword Tao. This was one of the worst insults a swordsman could receive, so Fan Shun criticized Wang Tian's ignorance and pride. Angered, Wang Tian almost killed the latter with one slash, leaving that scar on his face. However, Wang Tian remembered Fan Shun's words as he lay bleeding on the floor. "One day, you'll realize I was right." Before leaving, Wang Tian sneered. He felt he would dirty his sword to kill someone like Fan Shun. "Please visit Panda in 0v1. "And what did you say?" "I didn't hear it correctly," said Fan Shun as he casually cleaned his ears. "Is this necessary?" "What do you think?" replied Fan Shun. "I knew this day would come, but I thought it would be way later in your cultivation path when I'm dead and buried. So, I prepared for my descendants to receive that apology." Fan Shun sneered before laughing. His voice echoed like a dragon roaring. "Who knew heaven favored me and allowed me to see this day? All right, I sincerely apologize for my actions back then. I was young and ignorant," uttered Wang Tian with a wry smile. "Yes, you were," sighed Fan Shun, as a weight lifted from his shoulder. He looked at the sky. "Founder, do you see this? You were right all alone. It's a shame your unfilial descendant spent so long before showing the world your vision and broad mind." Fan Shun thought of countless demon god sword sect disciples since ancient times, all with the mission of proving the founder was correct, and only with his generation did they succeed. Unfortunately, he had no chance of proving the Tao. Otherwise, the sect could use this opportunity to rise and prosper in the myriad emperor world. They could have even inherited the destiny of the new sword path, ensuring the longevity of their sect for countless generations to come. Fan Shun sighed again before focusing on Wang Tian. "Something tells me you did not come here only to apologize." "You're correct," nodded Wang Tian. "I came to invite you to be the vice leader of the Sword Alliance." "Sword Alliance?" Wang Tian explained the situation to him regarding the creation of the alliance, and Fan Shun's eyes lit up, but only for a moment before returning to a dull calmness. "Our demon god sword sect is not powerful enough to hold the position of vice leader." He could foresee the power such an alliance would have and the strength he would wield as a vice leader. As such, he knew many people would not be convinced that such a small and weak emperor lineage to hold such a high position. "I need to send a message that anyone with the right qualification can have a high position in the alliance, no matter their background," persuaded Wang Tian. "Furthermore, your demon god sword sect has been following the ideologies of the new sword path for generations. You have the foundation for the alliance to quickly get a foothold." Fan Shun understood why Wang Tian chose him. His sect has the foundation to rapidly cultivate swordsmen of a new path, thus allowing the alliance to gain power and influence in the myriad emperor world. Meanwhile, he can use this opportunity for his sect to rise and set foot at the top of the food chain of this world. It's a win-win situation. It's going to be dangerous and risky, commented Fan Shun. Everything in the cultivation world is dangerous and risky, countered Wang Tian. The question is the risk is worth the reward. Indeed, said Fan Shun. He was not an indecisive individual. On the contrary, once he makes up his mind on something, he will do it with all his strength and ability. This is the reason he can persist that the old sword path was wrong for so many years, ignoring the world's scorn and disdain. Fine, I accept. Excellent. Wang Tian discussed the establishment of the Sword Alliance with Fan Shun before heading out to recruit a few more people he thought would fit. Finally, he found 4 more people and gave them the position of Sword Hall Master. As such, the Sword Alliance had a preliminary division of power. The Alliance leader was the top, followed by the Vice Leader and the 4 Sword Hall Protectors, which Wang Tian named after the 4 divine beasts: Dragon, Phoenix, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise. A month later, the sect finished constructing the Alliance's headquarters with the help of many weapon refiners. Then, Wang Tian also had someone refine a luck-condensing artifact for the Alliance in the form of a sword before condensing the luck of the new sword path. On the opening day, visions appeared throughout the myriad Emperor world, as Wang Tian's voice could be heard in every corner of the world. Many swordsmen then realized Wang Tian would not wait before shaking the power or foundation of the old sword path. No, he has already prepared for the future. Unfortunately, there was nothing they could do. Many swordsmen joined the Sword Alliance after the opening. Most were young cultivators who were more malleable in their beliefs and philosophies. And the other group simply wanted an opportunity to enlightenment on the Blessed Land, so their sword realm could improve. Extreme versus Ultimate. Eternal Ascension World. Origin Seal Continent. Wu Hong teleported to Sword Empress hideout. What is it? I feel the destiny of the ultimate sword path connected to the Tao opening sect's luck, said Wu Hong. Oh, the kid must have succeeded, uttered Sword Empress with brilliant eyes. She thought he would be as stubborn as her. So, it's related to your descendant in the lower dimension. Yes, and it's quite the talented fellow. Oh, for you to acknowledge someone else's talent, he must be exceptional. She knew her son was very harsh when judging talent, maybe even too strict. However, her harshness had cultivated plenty of peerless talent for the Tao opening sect. It's a shame many of them seem to have terrible luck. Yes, I cannot wait for him to reach my level and challenge me for the Sword Grand Tao source position. You have so much faith in him. Yes, the kid's talent is not under him, nodded Sword Empress. The only thing he lacked was luck and destiny. Luckily, his son, who is an even bigger monster, made up for the deficiency. His son is even more talented. Wu Hong was genuinely surprised since she knew how high such an evaluation was coming from Sword Empress. If nothing unexpected happens, he's the one destined to end the era of these parasites, replied Sword Empress, looking in the distance. Plus, Brother Chishan believes he's the one who will show us a path toward detachment. He's that talented. Although I have my skepticism, I must admit this kid is talented and has too many destinies intertwined with him. Plus, you know Qiyuan's vision. Wu Hong nodded as she knew Qiyuan was the kind of talent that could take the entire chaos universe into account as he strategized and planned for countless Yuan epochs in the future. So, his vision is unparalleled. Well, that does not matter now, since the kid probably has not even proven the Tao yet, added Wu Hong. Before the latter takes that step, everything else is relevant, since his mortal fate will forever hinder him from accomplishing all his destinies. I came to ask whether you would take the destiny of the ultimate sword path after healing. It's a good way to heal. No need. I don't need to fight with my juniors. Although Sword Empress could take the destiny of the upper dimension and Wang Tian that of the lower dimension, she would not take something so beneficial from her descendant. Then, you should pave the way for him, added Wu Hong. Indeed, but I might not need to act. Sword Empress knew how stubborn swordsmen were, especially the ones from the upper dimension. They've learned the existence of the ultimate sword path for eons, but no one has even gathered the destiny of that path. The swordsman from the extreme sword path would exterminate anyone who tried. In the past, Sword Empress killed a few paragons to show the extreme sword path was better than the ultimate path. But now, she prepared to kill anyone who tried to gather the destiny of the ultimate and protect Wang Tian from the cult-like swordsman from the extreme sword path. What I worry about is whether one of these parasites would train someone to gather the luck of the ultimate sword path, said Sword Empress. If they do, we will secretly help the rebellion and kill them, said Wu Hong. Since her friend wanted to pave the way for her descendant, she would help. Good, but be careful not to be discovered. Anyway, they cannot achieve success in a short time, even if they try. Gathering the luck of any path or ideology is not a simple thing. You're underestimating the situation, added Wu Hong. Time Eater seemed in a hurry, maybe even a little desperate. So, cultivating a ninth paragon on their side is an excellent method to stabilize the situation. And if it is one who controls the luck of the ultimate sword path, his control over the world will become higher. Sword Empress frowned. We should increase our support for the rebellion. Otherwise, they may not last long. It's a perfect time now that Supreme Unity is busy with the dark truth. Pand A in 0v1. Come, Su Junyao has been in a bad position recently because of her apprentice, said Wu Hong after thinking for a moment. So, let's use Emperor Kong. Anyway, he's well hidden and protected by his sage's golden body of merit. Okay, but still be careful. Some of these people might be really crazy enough to ignore the consequence and kill him. I will. Sword Empress suddenly sighed. I cannot believe we have been reduced to such a situation. Please visit Panda in 0v1. Ko. And back at her peak, she could kill any of these parasites with one finger. But now, she has to hide like a rat and rely on a bunch of weak tier 11 and 10 people to secretly fight her battles. The cultivation world has always been ever-changing, and fate even more mercurial. All things must rise before falling, then repeat the cycle, replied Wu Hong. So, it's not surprising we reached such a low, given how high we once stood. I'm glad you're taking the situation better than me. Wu Hong smiled, but did not answer. Although her memories of the ultimate taboo were foggy and unclear, she knew she underwent a sublimation of the state of the mind because of an experience. At her level, such a change was rare and extremely valuable. As such, she could adapt to her situation rather swiftly. Furthermore, she retained more strength than Sword Empress and did not suffer the humiliation of being hunted down. All right, I'll get to it. Wait, said Sword Empress. Are you sure we should not deal with these outside forces? She was worried that other Chaos worlds would take the opportunity while the Eternal Ascension world was weak to invade and acquire more resources or benefits. Don't worry. Nothing will happen as long as Maitri and Supreme Unity are here. Wu Hong has already analyzed that these two tycoons wanted stability throughout the Eternal Ascension, hence the reason they supported the actions of the 8 parasites. Although Mithria appeared to no longer care for stability recently, Supreme Unity remained the same. So, he will never allow outside forces to interfere and cause chaos. What about the dark truth? Should we be worried? What's the point? She replied with a wry smile. Even those two are powerless. Indeed, the dark truth is something even Grand Tao cannot deal with. So, even if these two reached half-step detachment, they would also be powerless. I forgot that this world is so complicated that it's sometimes frustrating, commented Sword Empress. After reaching the end of the Grand Tao source, many paragons would feel they were now capable of discovering all the truths and secrets of the Chaos universe. And that idea would send them on a journey of realizing how small and insignificant they actually are compared to the vast Chaos universe. The worst part about this journey is that the path forward is cut, so they have no way to truly unravel the universe's secrets. Paragons would then realize the world was a cage and were simply prisoners with more rights than the others. Wu Hong also sighed. We are alive. which means we have hope." She then disappeared. Wang Wei almost ran away from the Sword Alliance. His father wanted him to help with the early establishment of the alliance. Unfortunately, he barely managed his sect, let alone help others with their problems. He rushed home to see his lovely wife. For some reason, he missed her terribly despite not seeing her only for a few hours. Wang Wei then spent the next few days in the bliss of yin-yang harmony. He wanted to enter seclusion, but suddenly sensed Li Jun's return, so he went to see him. "How did it go?" "Although there were some twists and turns, the war talisman is finally in my possession," replied Li Jun. "Twists and turns." Wang Wei thought it would be relatively easy to get the talisman. "The inherited spirit felt the war Dao was only a part of my slaughter Dao, so the talisman would be wasted on me. So, he didn't want to give it to me." Li Jun had to convince the spirit, and the latter even made the trial 10 times more challenging. "Well, as long as you succeed," nodded Wang Wei before handing him the slaughter heart. Li Jun's eyes lit up after knowing the use of this thing. "With the war talisman, the slaughter heart, and my crazy plan, I might reach 6-leaf strength. And once he refined the slaughter weapon, his strength would further reach a higher level." He was excited as he slowly placed the heart away. "Oh, I met Tian." "You what?" "Yes. I think he was also searching for the war talisman." "Are you all right?" "You seem fine." "I think it was only a clone. However, he injured me with one attack," said Li Jun, shaking his head. "I took the opportunity to activate my life-saving talisman and ran away." "That's smart," nodded Wang Wei. He spent the next few hours talking to Li Jun, preparing for the final battle. Then, he tasked his Fate Shadow Guard to check on Tian's movement. He knew his actions were pointless. After all, it's very easy for people of their levels to hide their tracks. Afterward, he left the clone to spend time with his wife while he entered seclusion. Seclusion. Wang Wei's seclusion was not inside his fate transcending mountain or the sect master's Tianwei Peak. He entered a small world called Dao Tree Secret Realm. As soon as he entered, he saw a gigantic forest with countless trees shining with Dao lights, rhymes, and even Dao sounds. The size of this small world was on par with the best Great Thousand World, but there were only these trees. Wang Wei looked at this forest and could not help sighing. Every time the sects Quasi-Emperor, Supreme, Saint, and Void-Shattering Realm reached the end of their lifespan or were about to die for some unknown reasons, they had 2 options. First, seal themselves in bloodstone and wake up to serve the sect during a catastrophe. Secondly, use a secret technique to remove their law, altar, and Dao tree and leave it in this secret realm to serve as the sect's foundation. So, generation after generation, this secret realm slowly developed before reaching this stage. It has become a manifestation of the Dao opening sect's foundation. Secret realms like this are the difference between ancient and new sects like the Emperor Enlightening Academy. Although they have the second number of great emperors, their existence is not nearly as long to have such a secret realm. Wang Wei waved his hand to manifest a cushion floating in the air. He sat down, and a time formation appeared around him. He deployed his 365 future Buddha self and trillion spirit particles before closing his eyes to cultivate. Immediately, the trees in the secret realm began to sway back and forth as their Dao rhymes activated. Wang Wei then found his mind extremely clear. The laws of heaven and earth became easier to understand. Additionally, the law comprehension of the tree's owners allowed him to learn by comparison. However, Wang Wei did not stop there. Once in a while, a book will manifest before him, and he will comprehend them. His Fate Shadow Guard has already infiltrated most of the emperor lineages of the world, allowing them to access their emperor scripture. Although these scriptures did not contain the Dao rhyme of the originals, he did not mind since his monstrous comprehension allowed him to still understand them. Of course, he did not cultivate all of them. Pan, Dinzero V, E1, C, and finally, Wang Wei began his journey of comprehending the fate of myriad Dao. He had this idea long ago to use his fate Dao to control all other Dao, thus achieving the same effect as Greater Chaos Dao. Time became irrelevant to Wang Wei as he continued his journey of the Dao. His Dao fruit grew with the growth of his cultivation realm. Simultaneously, his Dharma body also developed. Wang Wei did not know how tall it was, but it was enormous. From ancient to modern times, few people could compare to him in the size of their Dharma body. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Wei felt he had reached the peak of the supreme realm. However, he did not immediately break through. Instead, he used a secret technique to call a few Dao tribulations to temper his Dao fruits further. Once he felt he had reached the peak, he proceeded to the next step. His only complaint was that his Dao tree was still silver, even though he knew this was inevitable. During Gu Xian's trial, he learned about the Emperor Dao world's cultivation system and had an idea of how to make his supreme realm unique. Now, he finally reached the stage to accomplish his plan. In the 8th realm of that cultivation system, the cultivators condense an incarnation of self from their fruits of laws before fusing with it in the next realm. The fruit of law is similar to the Dao fruit of the origin system, so he wanted to copy their methods. Wang Wei's primordial spirit separated a few spirit particles to fuse with the different Dao fruits in the Dao tree. Using the cultivation method of the Emperor Dao world system, he refined his primordial spirit into his incarnation of self. Dang! A weird wave spread from the Dao tree throughout Wang Wei's sea of consciousness. Because of that wave, he felt his primordial spirit was purified by a small amount. He knew if it were not for the abnormal level of his soul, the purification process would be a baptism that drastically increased his strength and power. I should add this incarnation of self method into the new origin system when I update it, thought Wang Wei before focusing on the actual changes in his body. The purpose of the incarnation of self is to allow cultivators to have a sublime level of control of the laws of heaven and earth. And his method also worked the same for him. Wang Wei suddenly gathered the power of his other incarnations to properly feel the changes in his body. I've reached half step into the Emperor control. He initially divided his force control skill into 5 levels: full control, master control, grandmaster control, pinnacle control, and heavenly Dao control. However, as he cultivated this technique, he realized pinnacle control was too broad, so he further divided the level after grandmaster control into more stages. Please visit Panda and 0v1. Immortal pinnacle, immortal control, Dao control, Emperor control, and heavenly Dao control. Previously, he had only reached Dao control, but now he had stepped into Emperor control. The only reason I cannot reach that level is my lack of strength or cultivation realm, thought Wang Wei. However, I should reach complete Emperor control once I achieve the 10 Extremity Foundation and acquire great Emperor-level strength. During the cleanup, he had taken a glance at an even higher level, heavenly Dao control, allowing him to establish a foundation for the future. But now, he no longer had to take time to reach Emperor control. Once he proved the Dao, he could directly focus on achieving heavenly Dao control. Wang Wei exhaled deeply as he muttered, "This is the result of combining different civilizations. Cultivators should take more advantage of different cultivation systems." He understood only some were talented enough to combine 2 different cultivation systems into something better. However, cultivators would greatly benefit by simply opening their minds and learning from other systems. They should exchange and communicate more. The myriad Emperor world made the wrong decision by shutting themselves off from the endless void. This act greatly regressed their civilization and prevented any further development. Wang Wei pondered these things briefly before focusing on his cultivation. He checked his Duyi realm. As expected, it further evolved after making his supreme realm unique. Although it had changed after his Dharma body broke the limit of 269 trillion meters, he felt it was not the same. A more mighty Duyi realm equals a stronger Dao will. So, that's good news for me. Wang Wei then focused on breaking through into the quasi-emperor realm. Cultivators fuse their bodies with the Dharma body in this stage, achieving a pseudo-Dao body or emperor body. The size of the Dharma body is usually the actual body of any quasi-emperor. However, because of psychology and the environment, 99% will shrink their bodies to regular human sizes and only use their real body during high-intensity battles. However, I am different. Wang Wei chose the reverse way. He shrunk his Dharma to be the same size as his body before fusing. The result of this method should be a more condensed and powerful Tao body. However, this thing is more tricky than I anticipated. The Dharma body is the physical manifestation of a cultivator's Tao. It's both real and unreal. So, condensing requires very subtle manipulation of the law, which is something he excelled at. However, it also needed more time than he anticipated. I will temper my body as I wait. Wang Wei then focused on condensing more black holes inside his body as he waited for the Dharma body to shrink to the size he wanted. Previously, he only condensed 10,000 black holes. But now he focused on completing the ancient desolate body, refining scripture. As he condensed more black holes, Wang Wei watched as his realm in the true power Tao realm rapidly increased. Then, when he condensed 250,000 black holes, he finally reached the fourth layer, infant fiend god stage. Wang Wei stood in a desolate secret realm and clenched his hand before punching the air. Is this the power of one fiend god force? I can fight one root Tao ancestor with my body alone. One fiend god force equaled the power to destroy 1% of a heaven will world. With 100 fiend god force, I will be able to destroy a heaven will world with one punch, muttered Wang Wei. This power level is beyond even an eternal emperor. Is this power of a fiend god that was just born? Wang Wei could not help but shake his head as he realized how unfair heaven and earth were. According to this true power Tao realm, infant fiend gods were born with the strength of Tao ancestor. And as they grow and develop, they will reach strength beyond 20% of the grand Tao source. He then focused on himself. It took 250,000 black holes to reach the fourth level. By the time I condense all millions of them, I won't travel far in the fourth layer, he muttered, realizing how difficult it is to walk the true power Tao. Quasi-Emperor Realm. Wang Wei continued his seclusion. He waited for his Dharma body to condense to his desired size while creating more black holes in his acupoints. Simultaneously, he also continues to deepen his understanding of the Tao through law comprehension and emperor scriptures. Pan, Dinzero v. E1, c. M. Wang Wei stood half-naked in his cultivation realm. Countless small lights appeared all over his body, 269 million to be exact. He clenched his hands as he sensed the overwhelming power coursing through his body. Only 9 fiend god force, he muttered with a wry smile. The true power Tao cultivation was not easy. I reckon there won't be much of an increase after I fuse with the incarnations, commented Wang Wei about his situation. According to his calculation, the other incarnations should reach a similar level as him in their body cultivation. However, the final outcome won't be a simple addition of their fiend god force after fusing. So, the final result will not be as high as Wang Wei would love. I already knew the true power Tao was not easy. He shook his head, focusing on more important things. Wang Wei now had the strength of late-stage one-root Tao ancestor only with his fleshly body. He calculated that he could reach the peak after a few more fiend god forces. 9 fiend god force meant his attack could destroy 9% of the myriad emperor world without heavenly Tao reinforcing the world or using world source to rapidly heal the damage. Of course, he also could not destroy the world with 10 consecutive punches. I wonder how many fiend god force will be equal to an eternal emperor, wondered Wang Wei. The infant fiend god layer was not linear. For example, 1 fiend god force equals the power of a one-root Tao ancestor. But according to Wang Wei's calculations, an eternal emperor was probably around 40 to 50 fiend god force, despite the fact they were 1,000 times, if not more, powerful than a Tao ancestor. Let's not focus on things that are too far from us, muttered Wang Wei. I should focus on how terrible the tribulation for this layer will be. The third layer test was terrifying and almost broke him despite his immense willpower. As such, he expects the subsequent tribulations to be as harsh, if not worse. Wang Wei frowned as he thought of his future. I will ask Wu Hong for her experience to learn from. He learned many valuable and subtle ways to temper his body from the desolate emperor. However, the latter did not talk much about the tribulations, most likely hoping Wang Wei would experience them himself and use them as an opportunity to gather more experience. Luckily, I should be able to hold on for the tribulation until I become an emperor. Wang Wei put his clothes back on before teleporting to another secret realm. He saw a vast land with a few spiritual herbs planted. However, many of these herbs had colorful fog emanating from them. Furthermore, the disciples caring for these spiritual herbs had powerful protective talismans around them. Wang Wei dared not even check some of these spiritual herbs with divine sense and could only glance at them. Liling did an excellent job with these poisons, especially the dragon binding grass, thought Wang Wei, focusing on a blue-colored grass spiritual herb with dragon designs on the leaves. There is no point in using them now for body tempering. After proving the Tao, I can nourish them with the power of the Grand Tao Source to turn them into an Emperor tier spiritual herb. This method will make these poisons more effective for his true power Tao cultivation. Wang Wei only wanted to check on these things on a whim. So, once he finished, he returned to his cultivation. After condensing all 1,000,000 black holes, he technically finished cultivating the mortal layer of the ancient desolate body, refining scripture. As for the immortal layer that made it an insurgent technique, Wang Wei could not cultivate it because of the risks. Without having the immortal essence that immortal venerables, Tao ancestors, and great emperors had, he had a high chance of dying or being crippled if he cultivated that layer. However, Wang Wei researched that layer and realized it could provide some help in the future. The immortal layer had two parts: soul modification and primordial god veins. According to this scripture, any person who succeeds in cultivating it can have the power of a 6-star primordial god premarch. Unfortunately, even a talented person like Desolate One only cultivated to the level of 5-star premarch and had the strength of pseudo-eternal. Please visit Panda in 0v1. Co. M. Wang Wei estimated there are not enough resources in the lower dimension to cultivate the scripture to the highest level. Furthermore, there is a chance the highest layer of the scripture is theoretical. Ancient Desolate might have only completed this scripture after he ascended. Wang Wei was not sure. Despite his monstrous comprehension, there are certain things he cannot truly understand until he reaches a certain realm. So, he can only theorize. Wang Wei continued tempering his body while waiting for the Dharma body to shrink. He used the divine thunder sealed inside his body. It's one of the few things still working for him. Furthermore, he did not stop working on his acupoints. Although he no longer had to condense black holes, he could nourish them and expand their size as a way to cultivate his fleshly body. The only downside to these tempering methods was the slow speed of cultivation. His current cultivation speed was a nightmare compared to the past, when he felt his strength drastically increasing every second and minute. The situation should improve after the final battle, since I will have more options for immortal tier opportunities and resources, muttered Wang Wei before focusing on becoming a quasi-emperor. After what felt like an eternity, the Dharma body final shrink, and Wang Wei fused with it. Thousands of gray lights emanated from his body during the process, followed by mysterious runes. His body also exuded Tao rhymes and heavenly sounds, meaning someone could become enlightened just by standing near him. And since his Dharma contained a river of fate from his heavenly physique, a vision of the fate river also manifested behind him. Subsequently, Wang Wei felt his connection or affinity to the main branch of the river of fate drastically increase. Is this a good or bad thing? He pondered. However, he could not come up with an answer. So far, it seemed it was to his advantage. but he was always wary of the river of fate after his mortal dust. "Is this the pseudo-Tao body?" muttered Wang Wei, concentrating on the changes in his body. After an emperor stays too long in an environment, the place will be contaminated with Tao rhymes, turning it into a blessed land for cultivation. Now, Wang Wei could see his body also exuded signs of having these characteristics. His body seemed to be in harmony with the Tao, as his every gesture contained the profound truth of heaven and earth. He once theorized about the changes cultivators would undergo during the cultivation journey. In the early stages, from body refining to primordial spirit realm, cultivators turned themselves from flesh and blood creatures to energy life forms. Before the primordial spirit realm, cultivators could be considered half flesh and half energy creatures. However, after condensing their primordial spirit, they can abandon their body and live as spirits or complete energy creatures. From the void-shattering realm to the great emperor realm, cultivators transformed from energy life forms to conceptual life forms. They existed in a higher dimension where they could not only control different concepts and ideas, but they were the embodiment of these concepts. "A better name would be Tao Body Embryo," he commented. "As long the embryo is baptized by the grand Tao source, it will turn into a true Tao or emperor body." Wang Wei continued checking the changes in his body. His lifespan should have drastically increased after this breakthrough. Unfortunately, he used the resources from the demon supremacy world to achieve the lifespan limit of a mortal, 1 yuan epoch, or 1,269 trillion years. Then, he went to the battle pagoda to check his strength. He fought with the interaction of DTon he created from his defeat in the heavenly abode world. Wang Wei was easily the victor since that version did not finish his 9-extremity foundation. Then, he created another one based on the information he gathered from the Oracle Mirror. "Barely 2 root, even with my fleshly body. It's a similar result as the other incarnations he analyzed after exiting the pagoda. Logically speaking, he should reach 5 root as long as he fused with the 8 incarnations that also have 2 root strength. Unfortunately, the difference between each root is vast. Furthermore, there is a limit of 4 root for people who use the unorthodox 9-extremity foundation. Luckily, I have the Fate Palace and Fate Goo for baptism, so I don't have to worry about an incompletion." He exhaled deeply. After countless years and numerous tribulations, he finally reached this stage. "Next is the final fusion," he muttered before leaving. Completed 9-extremity. Wang Wei stood in another secret realm with a transplanar transmission array. The array lit up as he calmly waited. A few seconds later, someone who looked exactly like him walked, with the only difference being the black hair and eyes. "So, you're the first," said Wang Wei. "It seems so," replied the free will incarnations. "Let's not waste time and immediately fuse. We have to wait for fate to arrive." A few minutes later, another Wang Wei walked out of the formation, and it was the Fate incarnation. Although technically immortal with no cultivation, he could easily kill an immortal venerable with his mighty soul power and deep understanding of the law of heaven and earth. "Is everything ready?" he asked. "Yes." "Then let's begin." The 3 sat cross-legged in the air with their eyes closed. 9 palaces manifested above his head, releasing a gray light that entered Wang Wei and the free will incarnation's body. The Fate incarnation waved his hand, and the Fate Goo flew into a pool in one of the palaces. Finally, Wang Wei began the fusion. The first thing he experienced in the process was the memory of the incarnation. He watched how the latter cultivated from the body-tempering realm until the free will incarnation became a quasi-emperor. Wang Wei took this opportunity to experience every realm of the original system a second time, starting from scratch. This benefited him greatly, including a deeper understanding of the Tao. He created the free will incarnation from Jun Chaos Body, so the latter did not have to start from a mortal like the other incarnations. Nevertheless, Wang Wei's Tao heart was still baptized through the incarnation's mission. Another benefit of this fusion was the increase in his fleshly body. Wang Wei worried that different chaos materials fused by the various incarnations would cause problems during the fusion. But he was wrong. The materials turned into power or energy to elevate the fleshly body to a higher level. So, they technically disappear while cultivating the ancient desolate body, refining scripture. So, the final fusion was one of flesh and flesh. Even the black holes of the incarnation became nourishment for the black holes of Wang, Wei's main body. Is this the power of existence? The incarnations are clones, yet they are also another extension of me, thought Wang Wei as he analyzed the changes in his body. He saw his Tao tree had some golden colors scattered in the silver parts. He knew this was the benefit of using the 9 fate palaces as a catalyst for the fusion. I feel my fateless abilities are now complete after fusing with this incarnation, muttered Wang Wei. Then he continued, P and D in of 1. MHE experienced a life of goodness, joy, and light from the Yin incarnation. Of course, the life of a woman. From a Yang incarnation, Wang Wei experienced a life of evil, slaughter, sadness, and darkness. Based on his spiritual hints, the 2 incarnations each experienced mortal dust, ensuring a stable and potent Tao heart. Their mortal dust had some unique aspects as they each turned into the sun and moon for a while. The power of yin-yang emanated from Wang Wei's body as he finished his fusion. His body, soul, origin essence, law, Dui realm, battle experience, and Tao heart once again sublimated. He felt the power coursing through his veins and nodded in satisfaction. The only thing he was not happy about was the Dui realm. With the memories from Earth, these incarnations tried to push the boundary of the cultivation system. Unfortunately, they could not succeed because they were an extension of Wang Wei's main body. They could use the Dui realm, but only the one from the main body. The worst part is they only discover the reason behind their failures once they regain their memories. The next incarnation was luck. While fusing with this one, Wang Wei's face changed, showing a range of negative emotions: sadness, despair, grief, guilt, pain, loss, and anger. He looked like a schizophrenic patient, experiencing countless personalities simultaneously. Then, tears dropped from his eyes as he opened them. He exhaled deeply. I finally understand his pain. He experienced the luck incarnation's emotion as he watched Wu Hong die. He felt the despair and helplessness of the latter, the guilt for his own weakness and lack of ability. I will never let something like that happen. He would die before watching something happen to her. Although Wu Hong told him his action would be selfish since he would leave her alone in the world, he did not care. He would be selfish if such a situation presented itself. Please visit Panda in 0v1. Meiji exhaled deeply, managing his emotions. The next fusion was with the Karma incarnation. Wang Wei watched as the latter tried to be detached or transcend the shackles of karma. After many unsuccessful attempts, the Karma incarnation chose to create a river of karma and fuse with the karma of all living things, thus becoming the source of karma. With this method, he was no longer bound by any karmic debts or restraints. I have a feeling this experience will be extremely beneficial to me later on, he muttered before checking the changes. This incarnation fused with the river of karma he created, so Wang Wei's unbound karma physique further sublimated after the fusion. He now had the karmic resistance of a great emperor, meaning he could slaughter hundreds of heavenward world and not be affected by karmic sins. Excellent. After the great Tao source baptism, this physique should further evolve, pondered Wang Wei before continuing with the next incarnation, life and death or samsara. Did you eliminate all the traces? Wang Wei asked. Yes. Old man Nether won't find anything even if he turned heaven and earth upside down, replied the samsara incarnation. Excellent, replied Wang Wei before proceeding with the fusion. Things proceeded smoothly as he drastically improved in all aspects. As he opened his eyes, His vision changed as he saw a red room with countless cloud-shaped blobs. He looked at one of the blobs and could tell this soul would be reincarnation approximately 6 generations from now in the Myriad Emperor world. However, Wang Wei suddenly frowned as he looked at another soul. Grandfather will be reincarnated into another world community? Although he was still resentful toward the man, he knew what he meant for his grandmother. So, he waved his hand to change his reincarnation time to be the same as his grandma's. Finally, he linked their soul to have a love fate line before blessing them with ample luck. I wish you all the blessing and love in your next journey. He closed his eyes as he continued his cultivation. The next incarnation was destiny. The mortal dust of this incarnation was interesting. He became a tyrant that controlled the destiny of everyone in the world. He released knowledge of his existence, desiring people to revolt against their fate and try to defeat him. Many tried, but unfortunately, no one succeeded. The most significant benefit of this fusion is his Tao heart tempering. He was very satisfied with the result. Additionally, he fused the ladder's book of destiny into his proving Tao artifact, sublimating it into an ultimate emperor artifact embryo. The last incarnation was order disorder. Through this fusion, Wang Wei experienced what it was like to be heavenly Tao through the ladder's mission. When the order clone first replaced heavenly Tao in a lower thousand world, the latter felt his mind became cold, indifferent, and calculating. He tried to resist that change, but realized he needed to retain a certain level of apathetic mindset to control the entire laws of a world. And as he became the heavenly Tao of a middle and greater thousand world, the amount of information he needed to process every second was astronomical. So he needed to stay in a state of indifference for a longer period of time. Through this incarnation, Wang Wei further peeped into the workings of heavenly Tao, thus increasing his understanding of the heavenly Tao control of his force control skill. Lastly, he learned more ways to access and control his willpower. The last step, muttered Wang Wei as the 9 fate palaces fused with his main body. His aura suddenly increased as he underwent a baptism. A potent power of fate nourished his body and boosted his strength to another level. I feel complete, commented Wang Wei as he felt the peak 5-root strength he possessed. 9 extremity is wonderful. It's a shame I cannot leave any records for the sect, muttered Wang Wei. The 9 extremity foundation is one of the core secrets of heaven and earth, so it contains a certain karmic power which prevents people from leaving any records of its existence. Furthermore, even people who know about it will have their memories become blurry and even doubt the existence of the 9 extremity foundation. The only exception to this rule is Emperor, but even they cannot leave written records of the 9 extremity. For example, after Wang Wei leaves, his ancestors' memories of the 9 extremity will also become unclear and many will directly forget it. However, as long as he, Ditian, Wrath, and Chu Luo are present in the lower dimension, knowledge of the 9 extremity will not be affected. So, if Ji Mingyao does not take the opportunity to use his current knowledge about 9 extremity, it will disappear from his mind after Wang Wei leaves. Wang Wei looked at his fate incarnation. Are you ready? Of course. Let's go. He took the orb containing the science and technology world and entered. Fierce General. After feeling something wrong with the cleanup, Ditian left with his shadow, returning to the Myriad Emperor world. His father immediately came to see him after his return. The cleanup is already finished? Asked the D clan patriarch. Something went wrong, so I left alone. What happened? He asked with a frown. It doesn't matter, replied Ditian. Does the clan have any sealed heaven chosen who practice Overlord or Tyrant Tao? The patriarch pondered for a moment. There should be. Why? I need one to be my general. Do you even need a general? He knew his son's strength, so he felt the latter was guaranteed to win this generation's battle. This is one of the reasons Ditsong did not mind his son was the reincarnation of some powerhouses. I thought I did not, but Wang Wei's strength caught up with me. Ditsong immediately frowned and hurriedly asked, How sure are you to win? I don't know. Tion would be sure if it were before, since he could break the limit of 9 extremity. However, he knew Wang Wei was the kind of person who could create miracles. Ditsung immediately became nervous, since he's never heard any uncertainty from his son before. There is no need to worry, added Tion. He was not as worried about the final battle because of his Emperor's soul. He now broke the limit of his soul and can continue to reincarnate. The only reason he wanted to prove the Tao in this generation, no matter, is he knew Qing'er imprint might not survive past this generation. Ditsung sighed to calm down. Follow me. He took his son to a secret realm where numerous coffins with profound seals around them. Ditsung held a talisman while reviewing information about these sealed heaven-chosen. Soon, he found the person he wanted. Ditsung then used a secret technique to unlock the coffin. Then, a fierce and brutal aura emanated from the coffin. "I'm awake," said a beautiful and melodious voice. Finally, this suffering has ended. A woman dressed in plain black clothes walked out of the coffin. Her body exuded a terrifying yang energy, showing her mighty, fleshly body. She opened her mouth to swallow a vast quantity of spirit qi. She turned around to look at Ditsung and Tion. "I specifically asked the clan to wake me during a generation full of eternal destiny. Is it this generation?" "Yes, but this is not why you're woken up," said Dikong. "What do you mean?" "You need to be the general of this generation's heaven-chosen." "What did you say?" said Di Jiaying, releasing a terrible killing aura. It was so intense the surrounding trembled, and Ditsung had to take a few steps backward. Tion waved his hand to disperse the pressure. "Do you have a problem with what he said?" "Of course I do. How about now?" He released a terrifying pressure that made Di Jiaying unable to breathe or move. "Not bad." Commented Tion before increasing the pressure. He wanted to force her to heal. However, Di Jiaying refused to bow down. Who was she? A peerless genius born at the wrong time. She was born in the Middle Emperor era, 30 years after Emperor 3 Li from the Loose Cultivator Alliance proved the Tao. Tainted by the karma of the previous generation, her emperor path was cut before it started. However, she refused to accept things so easily. After cultivating until the quasi-emperor realm, Di Jiaying contacted everyone who survived the Heaven-Will battle and battled them out. She suppressed them one by one, shocking the world. However, this was not the end. Di Jiaying showed her arrogance as she challenged Emperor 3 Leaf. She claimed to the world that if she had been born earlier, the latter would never prove the Tao. So, she challenged him to fight her in the same realm. She used the D-clan's power to spread rumors throughout the myriad Emperor world. Finally, Emperor 3 Leaf could no longer ignore this matter and decided to prove her wrong. He sealed himself to the strength he had before acquiring the Heaven Will and fought with her. Then the world was schooled. Di Jiaying dominated that battle and won, proving to the world she would have been the emperor if not for her poor luck. Meanwhile, Emperor 3 Leaf became the laughingstock of the world. A mighty first-class emperor was no match for a little girl. What's more, he only won because of his luck. Angered, 3 Leaf wanted to eradicate Di Jiaying to wash away this shame. Unfortunately, the D-clan's insurgents prepared and took Di Jiaying away. However, 3 Leaf did not give up and mobilized the power of the Loose Cultivator Alliance to fight the D-clan. Please visit Panda in 0v1. Co. And the result was his exile into the upper dimension. Although the D-clan did not have an eternal emperor, their founder was a man of great merit. In the ancient emperor era, the western continent was desolate, even worse than the current northern continent. It was full of baleful auras, chaotic spatial energy, and low spiritual qi. Then, the patriarch of the D-clan arrived and cultivated the Earth Tao and minor inner-ray Tao. He reconnected the veins underneath the western continent to revitalize it while also using formation to slowly remove the baleful aura and smooth the chaotic spaces. The D-clan founder did not fix the western continent in one generation. Generations after generations of the D-clan helped the process, including the other 4 emperors. The D-clan received great merit for their actions, and their founder even refined a unique emperor artifact full of merit and connected to the entire Western continent. With this foundation, the D clan swiftly dealt with Emperor Three Leaf and saved Di Jiaying's life. Thinking about everything she experienced, Di Jiaying would never kneel to anyone. "Great willpower," said Di Tian coldly. "Unfortunately, it's useless before absolute power." Crack! He increased his aura, forcing Di Jiaying on her knees. He ignored her ugly complexion or all the blood from her body. "You serve as my general, and I will find karma washing water for you to compete in the next generation." Di Jiaying gritted her teeth, but did not say anything. "You can serve me willingly, or I can enslave you," added Di Tian. "Believe me when I say you won't even be able to kill yourself in front of me." Di Jiaying's eyes became red. Then, a few seconds later, she suddenly became incredibly calm and composed. "Fine, I agree." "Interesting," muttered Di Tian before pointing his hand to her forehead and putting a seal inside her soul. "You betray me, you die. The strong decide the fate of the weak. That's how the world should be," she said nonchalantly. "As long as you understand," said Di Tian, who knew Di Jiaying was the kind of person who could bide her time before taking revenge. Unfortunately, the difference between them was something she could not even fathom. "Now follow me." Di Tian led Di Jiaying to meet with Gao Buqin and Gluttony. He spent the next few days preparing detailed training programs for these three, including using formation and tactics from the Qin dynasty. He mobilized numerous resources from the Di clan and his private reserves to train them. Then he entered seclusion. Not long after he entered, he received a talisman that disturbed him. "Wang Wei wants to see me," he muttered with a frown. Di Tian condensed a clone and sent it. After knowing the reason for the visit, he condensed another clone with 95% of his power and sent it after the people Wang Wei wanted to kill. "Pan, Dinzo V. E1, CM, did you find the place of the war talisman?" "We discovered 5 locations where it could be." Di Tian's eyes squinted with a cunning light. "Good enough. Have our people stay in these places and notify me if they see Li Jun." "As you wish." Di Tian frowned as he sensed the latter's hesitation. "What is it?" "Master, are you sure Li Jun is coming for the talisman?" "He wanted it ever since he lost to Feng Li Juan. With Wang Wei's destiny that can nourish others, it's normal for him to find it," said Di Tian before dismissing the sleepers. However, he was in a bad mood because of the quality of the new sleepers. They were incompetent in his eyes. He closed his eyes to wait. "The assassination failed," he muttered with a frown. "Those people from the upper dimension are not simple." He shook his head before focusing on his cultivation. This time, he would enter deep seclusion, even using a time chaos treasure to ensure he reached his goal. No matter what happened outside, would have to wait for his exit. Let's see what kind of power this limit breaker will bring me. Mortal Emperor Di Tian continued his cultivation, deepening his comprehension of the Tao. Floating in front was a small golden tree that released a tremendous amount of Tao rhymes. If anyone could see this tree, they would be surprised, as it was the legendary Bodhi tree, a treasure even eternal supremes would fight to the death for. The Bodhi tree enhanced comprehension and made it easier for cultivators to comprehend the law. And once it grows to a certain size, it's helpful to even great emperor realms and above. Even in the upper dimension, Bodhi tree is an invaluable treasure. Although it's not an innate or chaos treasure, the Bodhi tree is 100 times more valuable than most of these treasures. Regrettably, Buddhist-oriented spiritual treasures became extinct after the extinction of Buddhism in the lower dimension and the absolute beginning magic. Di Tian only preserved this Bodhi tree after awakening his memory as a monk in the incense era. After countless years, incalculable treasures, and relentless effort, he grew it to the current 50 centimeters size. With the help of the Bodhi tree and his emperor soul, Di Tian felt his comprehension had never been as smooth during his entire cultivation journey. So, he swiftly reached the pinnacle of the supreme realm. To ensure a solid foundation, He underwent Tao tribulation to temper his Tao fruit to the best state possible. Then, 9 Dharma bodies manifested behind him, each reaching the limit of 269 trillion kilometers. Dition began the fusion process, so his body grew in size. It did not take him long before he reached the height of the Dharma body. So, he proceeded to fuse with the second. His actions allowed his body to break the limit of 269 trillion kilometers. Dition repeated the process until he fused with all 9. So, I've reached this step again, muttered Dition as he checked his Tao body. His strength reached 5 root, but it was barely. The final step, he muttered before continuing his cultivation. He focused on condensing the illusory world in his acupoints to temper his body to the peak of this generation. Once he finished, a mysterious seed full of runes appeared in his sea of consciousness, releasing a power that drastically increased his fleshly body. Boom! He punched in the air, shaking the entire secret realm. Luckily, he used his power to reinforce the surroundings. Otherwise, he would have destroyed everything. Only 13 Fiend God Force, he commented with some dissatisfaction. He soon relaxed since the research he did make him understand that true power Tao was not an easy path to cultivate. Dition did not leave his retreat since he finally reached the most crucial step beyond 9 extremity. He readjusted his state before closing his eyes. He saw a purple orb floating in his sea of consciousness and stared at it for a few minutes. Although he knew it was the best choice to absorb the limit breaker, and he did not have a choice, a small part of him still wanted to use it to revive his wife. So, he took a deep breath before beginning to use it. After completing the 9 extremity foundation, Dition felt he had reached a ceiling of power that he could not. He could push the height of the ceiling by a small margin, but he could never go beyond it. However, as he used the limit break, he sensed cracks appearing on the ceiling. Bang! Dition felt the limitation of heaven and earth placed on him was forcefully broken. Then he felt his strength increase at an exponential rate, especially his understanding of the Tao. Half of his golden Tao tree turned purple gold. His divine sea, which was a combination of 9 divine seas, expanded tremendously. His soul was nourished and reached an unprecedented level, and his energy was purified beyond a level he thought possible. Dition had never felt such strength in his life. He was undergoing a radical transformation into a supreme and venerated being. The only disappointing thing about this transformation was his fleshly body, as he only reached 15 Fiend God Force. "Is this the power of a great emperor?" muttered Dition with a little fascination. He felt mighty, supreme, and invincible. In his mind, he could achieve anything between heaven and earth. Dition suddenly felt danger, and he swiftly reined in his mind as his powerful Tao heart and state of mind stabilized. He did not let his sudden strength increase affect his mind. Is this why 9 extremity requires a powerful Tao heart to achieve? He quickly understood if he did not have a powerful Tao heart to control his current strength, something terrible would happen. He might lose that strength or worse die. He muttered as he raised his head. His vision penetrated the secret realm, and he saw the sky outside of the D clan. Numerous visions manifested in the sky, shrouding the entire myriad emperor world. Please visit Panda in 0v1. Dition frowned. It detected my breakthrough. He did not have the best relationship with heavenly Tao, so he always used a chaos treasure to hide from the latter's eyes. But now, it seemed it discovered his breakthrough. It must be the work of true heavenly Tao, thought Dition, unhappy about the vision. With such a grand scene, some people should guess the reason for this great celebration. A large piece of purple merit descended from the sky to Dition in the secret realm, followed by a piece of information in his mind. He squinted his mind as he realized breaking through the limit of 9 extremity was not as simple as he imagined. Mortal Emperor, he muttered with squinted eyes. His achievement of 10 extremity was the first in the entire chaos universe, So Grand Tao granted him the title of Mortal Emperor. With this title, he will have luck and destiny compared to a son of Era without having the responsibilities. He will have an extended period compared to others to comprehend existence, thus increasing his chances of becoming emperor. Thirdly, his lifespan can break the limit of 1 yuan epoch. As a mortal emperor, he can live for 9 yuan epoch. Furthermore, he could participate in the heavenly battle every other generation without washing away his karma. Lastly, he will have 1 extra life after proving the Tao, similar to if he had consumed a longevity resource. So many benefits? Tian knew he would benefit significantly from any of these things. With such tremendous luck and destiny, he does not have to worry about heavenly Tao scheme. Plus, his survivability drastically increased. After all, with the destiny of sons and daughters of Era, it's not easy to kill them. The second ability increased his chances of becoming an eternal emperor. More lifespan will always be valuable, not to mention the ability to not be affected by the karma of a generation's heaven will battle. Finally, he will have an extra life after becoming an emperor. Tian smiled slightly before returning to his old calm demeanor. Then, another piece of information appeared in his mind. As the first person to become a mortal emperor and create a new foundation, he has the right to name. Since there is 9 extremity, call it 10 Supremacy Foundation. As soon as he said these words, the records of Grand Tao changed and added a new level of Tao Foundation. Immediately, countless paragons, fiend gods, and half-step detached beings sensed the change in the universe. However, only a few could find this new record. Many people even wanted to find the person who had such an achievement. Unfortunately, Grand Tao directly protected Tian's existence, not allowing anyone to discover him. However, a few scary existences discovered the source of the change was the eternal ascension world. Tian exhaled deeply to control his emotions. He looked at the purple merit before him and could not help smiling again. He placed it away, knowing this was the first step in a long road. To his surprise, another piece of knowledge appeared in his sea of consciousness. However, the source was Empyrean 9 Pillar. The latter left him with many of his theories and possibilities about the 10 Supremacy Foundation. This person was truly a heaven-defying genius, commented Tian after reviewing the knowledge. He shook his head in regret, as he could not fathom the latter's achievement if he were not obsessed with achieving 10 Supremacy. His inheritance will benefit me immensely. However, I have something else to do. He waved his hand to create a bunch of runes. He seemed to be casting a spell, but with his power, it was not instant. Moreover, Tian was very cautious. With my new power, he should not discover it. The only thing I should worry about is those damn old things. Tian breathed in relief before continuing his cultivation. Science and technology world. Wang Wei and the Fate Incarnation waited for someone in a white room. Knowing it might take some time, he decided to continue to study the changes in his body and his previous fusion experience. Ten Supremacy. Author's note. Thanks to Black_Jesus_1999 for the super gift. Last month, I had one of the lowest incomes from this novel, which was very disheartening. However, your gift has greatly motivated me. Wang Wei first felt the changes in his Tao body. After fusing the 9 Dharma bodies, he created a solid foundation for his Emperor path. From his knowledge, he knew the Emperor's body was another battle strength for great emperors, but only for people with deep foundations. However, there were more crucial aspects of this fusion. After the void-shattering realm, physiques, even heavenly ones, are almost useless. The others are essentially useless except for rare physiques like Su Shi's primordial chaos physique or upper dimension physiques like the innate Grand Tao physique and the Paragon Soul. The owner could use some method to retain a few special characteristics of their physique after proving the Tao. However, that's a rare occurrence. PA, NDNOV. One, these physiques were yin-yang balance physique, unfettered physique, good fortune physique, luck, karma source physique, space-time overlord physique, samsara physique, heaven order physique, and destiny manipulation physique. He fused these unique physiques into his fate puppeteer physique to create the embryo of the fate domination physique. Currently, this physique is useless and is only an embryo. However, after becoming an emperor, he can nourish it with the Grand Tao source and the river of fate to become complete. Wang Wei has no big ambitions about this physique. He only wishes it could give him a boost when comprehending the fate Grand Tao source. With his current monstrous comprehension level, the future Buddha self, the spirit particle, even a few % increase from this physique will be highly beneficial. Maybe it's not as useless as I thought, pondered Wang Wei as he felt his fate innate talent he had not used in a long time begin to change. The innate talent is extremely powerful, and he used it to deepen his understanding of Fate Tao. He also incorporated many of the things he learned from it in his Fate Transcending Sutra. However, the weakness of this talent is how easy it is to backlash him when used on people on the same or higher level than him. As for weaker people, it was overkill to use it on them. I plan to see if I could refine and elevate it to a higher level, or maybe create an artifact with its power. But now, it seems it might still be useful to me in the final battle, thought Wang Wei before continuing to check his body. He checked his origin essence, and all he could say is the amount was endless. Adding his Qi flower ability, he never has to worry about his stamina for fighting. After proving the Tao, the origin essence will nourish the Emperor body, contributing to my foundation. Cultivation system with only energy also has the hope to be excellent in the Emperor realm. If their energy quantity is vast and pure enough, they can nourish the Emperor's body. And as long the Emperor body is strong enough, someone can use it to become an eternal supreme. Of course, other cultivation systems have too many advantages over pure energy systems. For example, Wang Wei's gold Tao tree will also fuse with his Emperor body, increasing his Tao foundation. Wang Wei clenched his hand and felt the power of his fleshly body. 18 Fiend God Force, an increase of 9. Not bad, I guess. Finally, Wang Wei checked on his Fate Transcending Sutra. Each incarnation has its unique scriptures. Now, he had to fuse them all. This will take some time, pondered Wang Wei. The Fate incarnation created an outline for the fusion, and he only needs to fill it in. Shoo! The door of the room suddenly opened, and two people walked in, a woman and a man. Wu Fan has seen the immortal, bowed the woman, and Wang Wei looked at her. He remembered the little girl from the martial divine dynasty who participated in his little game during his trial. She was the final winner and became the ruler of this world. After so many years, she somehow managed to keep that power. 9th level genetic warrior. Not bad, commented Wang Wei. The little girl is nothing before the immortal, replied Wu Fan with some hidden emotions. After the warriors of this world reached the 9th level, many became arrogant and challenged the so-called immortal, who is the true ruler of this world. Unfortunately, Wang Wei's clone patted all of them with one attack. After all, even if it was a clone, he could still kill a bunch of little supreme and quasi-emperor realm cultivators. Let's not waste time, said Wang Wei, looking at the scientist behind her. Have you finished what I asked you? Yes and no, replied Wei Enlei with hesitation. You can speak freely. Wei Enlei took a breath before explaining. According to our research, the quantum realm is indeed the way to reach the 10th level. He showed Wang Wei numerous data. So what exactly is the quantum realm? Asked Wang Wei. A truly wonderful world, said Wei Enlei with bright eyes. It is a place where the laws of physique break down. The speed limit is no longer the speed of light. The temperature can go lower than absolute zero. However, this is not what makes it so wonderful. After the 7th level, genetic warriors can also break the laws of the physique. Please visit Panda in 0v1. Co-M. The real wonder of the quantum realm is the fact concepts exist. Things like life and death are no longer a simple decay of the cells and consciousness. Fate is no longer probability, and creation is no longer matter manipulation. They are tangible and observable concepts. Wang Wei squinted his eyes. So, how to become a 10th level genetic warrior? Enter the quantum realm and use the high consciousness to absorb these concepts, elevating the body to a quantum life form or a higher dimensional creature, explained Wei Enlei. Then, he sighed, full of regret. Unfortunately, this way is only theoretical. No one has ever succeeded? Why? Only a few people succeeded on the trip to the quantum realm, and the others died. However, even the one who succeeded could not find or touch on the concepts in that realm. Their high consciousness was not enough. Correct. Wang Wei nodded as he understood these people's souls were not enough to succeed, but he did not have this problem. Did the blood I gave you contain the concept from the quantum realm? Asked Wang Wei. Yes. One contained the power of destiny, and the other of slaughter, replied with fervor in his eyes. The being you gave us was a perfect mix of flesh and concept. Every single cell in its body contains them. Wei Enlei's eyes lit up. What's more, that creature was not limited by its flesh and blood. The concept in its body had its mark, meaning it could exist even if it lost flesh, blood, and high consciousness. Wang Wei squinted his eyes, controlling his emotions. How to get to the quantum realm? By shrinking myself? He asked. Yes, but that's only because of our primitive technology, explained Wei Enlei. The quantum realm is like a higher dimension, or maybe a space that exists between reality and spirituality. Unfortunately, only through shrinking can we get there, making the voyage extremely dangerous and requiring a certain level of body strength before succeeding. Wang Wei asked more questions until he understood everything. Then, he ordered the two to prepare for him. He set up a time formation for the fate incarnation and had the latter swiftly reach the pinnacle of the 9th level. Finally, the incarnation used a very complicated-looking machine to enter the quantum realm. The process was smooth. However, the incarnation encountered trouble after entering. He felt a mysterious power wiping him out every second he spent inside. So, he had to use his meager strength to resist. Knowing the situation, the incarnation quickly searched for the fate concept and absorbed it. Unfortunately, he encountered another trouble. He could not refine it before the power of the quantum realm destroyed him. Luckily, the fate incarnation was prepared. The main body unsealed his soul and gave him a lot of spiritual power to use. With them, he rapidly absorbs the concept. The incarnation felt a sublimation of the body and self. Furthermore, he had a higher resistance to the power of the quantum realm. Unfortunately, he soon frowned. This is not enough, he muttered. My current power only equals the immortal Venerable One Leaf. Immediately, he knew what to do. He continued to absorb more concept to sublimate himself. After an unknown amount of time, the incarnation felt his body sublimated to a new and indescribable level. Success, he muttered as his eyes lit up. Could I continue to absorb? Unfortunately, he did not have this thought for long, as he sensed a terrifying while waking up. He frowned as he wondered what was with this change. However, he decided to play it safe, as he did know the consequence of this will. So he used the method given to him by Wei Enlei to return. How is it? Asked Wang Wei when he saw the incarnation. The latter did not answer, but released a powerful aura. Although brief, Wang Wei could tell this aura was enough to kill him. Excellent, he uttered. Let's not waste time and fuse. For safety reasons, he could do it inside this world in case Grand Tao appeared. The process was not smooth for one reason. The genetic warrior system was technically another cultivation path, so it was slightly incompatible with the origin system. Luckily, he faced this issue when creating the 8 Heterogeneity Foundation. Boom! A terrifying aura released from his body, cracking the formation he placed around. Wang Wei felt a sublimation as his power reached another level. I feel invincible. Is this the power of a great emperor? He suddenly felt the urge to destroy this entire world with one attack before recreating it. He immediately reigns in his arrogance through his mighty Tao heart. The changes to the mind are a little scary, he commented. With his Tao heart, he actually lost control of his power. No matter what, I succeeded. Quantum Realms Mystery. Author note: thank you to JHCKY1254 for the super gift. As a reward, once the next volume starts, you guys will get at least 4 extra chapters each week. Inside the secret room, Wang Wei checked the changes in his body. His soul was purified, which was the first time he felt a genuine difference in it. His origin essence and divine C further expanded by an exponential factor. Wang Wei clenched his hand and felt his true power Tao also reach 19 Fiend God Force, an increase of 1. They'll take whatever small increase I can get, he commented before checking his Tao tree. Purple gold, he uttered. The entire thing had changed from the previous golden color to purple gold. It makes sense, given my deep understanding of the law. Indeed, a no V1, but now, after going beyond the 9 Extremity Foundation, has broken this limitation. Wang Wei exhaled. After countless years, consistent effort, and numerous trials and tribulations, I've finally reached this step. After acquiring great Emperor strength, he took a significant step in his cultivation. However, it was not enough. He was still immortal and had not escaped the shackles of life and death. I wonder what the mystery of this quantum realm is and that mighty will, muttered Wang Wei, remembering his experience inside. Everything was dark, with only a few luminous spots, which were the concept. The entire realm gave him a sense of boundless, eternal, noble, and supreme. It felt like it was one of the modules of the universe, similar to the River of Time or the River of Fate. Maybe a combination of all of them. Wang Wei suddenly remembered 2 quotes from his previous life. All path leads to the same destination, and the end of science is theology or goodhood. Science and technology and cultivation are different ways to achieve the same thing. Once science develops to a sufficient level, it will enter the domain of God, capable of achieving fantasy or unscientific things. Science has order. Water boils at a specific temperature and freezes at another, or an apple will fall after throwing into the air. The way the science universe operates is detailed and precise, as if it was designed as such. So, does the universe operate its order on its own, or is there something maintaining that order like Grand Tao? Wang Wei suddenly remembered that terrifying will waken up. Is that the science and technology world version of Grand Tao? Interesting. Maybe this world is still useful. He decided to keep this world despite the danger. In the future, he will provide them with the bodies of Empyreans and even Paragons to continue their research on the quantum realm. Maybe it will become useful one day. Then, he focused on another thing. Since science and cultivation are different ways to achieve the same thing, what are they trying to achieve? What are their end goals? Transcendence, or detachment, muttered Wang Wei with bright eyes. He left his retreat and said a few words to Wu Feng and Wei Inlay before exiting. The first thing that popped into his mind was to brag to his wife. Although he still could not defeat her, he could still show up. Unfortunately, his face suddenly changed as soon as he exited the secret realm. A terrifying pressure came from the sky as a humongous eye suddenly manifested above the sky, gazing directly at him. Shit, Grand Tao. Wang Wei was incapable of moving, and his thinking became extremely low as the eyes looked at him. And he was not the only one. All the people of the Tao opening sect felt this way. Luckily, the eye was directed at Wang Wei, so they did not directly face its power. Meanwhile, Wang Wei felt powerless. All the excitement for achieving great emperor strength disappeared. A few seconds later, the eye disappeared, but black clouds appeared above the sky. Tribulations? No, that's divine punishment. He swiftly waved his hand to activate the sect's emperor formation to protect the disciples and elders. Bang! A dark lightning bolt fell from the sky, and Wang Wei punched it. Unfortunately, he vomited a mouthful of blood. Is this a tribulation or Is it trying to kill me? Well, it does matter. His fighting intent rose to the sky as he confronted the lightning and thunder. He fought for an entire week, reaching the verge of death numerous times. However, he never used the sex formation to help him. Finally, the clouds disappeared, and Wang Wei floated in the sky. Well, at least part of him. His lower body was gone, and he was missing his left arm. His face was full of blood, and most of his beautiful hair was burned. Please visit Panda, N0VE1. Co-M, not bad, he commented. I should reach 20 Fiend God Force after this baptism. Then, he frowned as his soul was also injured. However, the real trouble was this lightning was not easy to remove, meaning he could not rely on his natural regeneration to return to his peak face. He muttered as some information entered his mind. Mortal Emperor? He knew he received the title of Mortal Emperor with many capabilities, including an increase in luck, destiny, and time to become comprehend existence. Can my luck even increase? The answer he received was positive as he watched his rainbow-colored Chi Luck Dragon turn white, devoid of any color. That's interesting, he commented before focusing on other benefits. He could live up to 9 Yuan Epoch and had one more life after proving the Tao. 9 Supremacy Foundation? Why do I feel something's wrong? He frowned before making a divination to discover the truth of the universe. Then, he saw auspicious signs floating on the western continent about 200 years ago. Although the divination appeared useless, he frowned as his mind worked rapidly. Did Dtion achieve 10 supremacy as well? He already theorized this was possible after seeing the latter's reservation when meeting him. Assuming that's true, why did he receive auspicious signs, and I almost die through a tribulation? Is it because I used a taboo, and he used an acceptable method? Wait, how did he do it in the first place? That's not important for now, so let's focus. His mind continued to work as he calculated infinite possibilities. There's another possibility. He was the first to achieve 10 supremacy, and Grand Tao rewarded him. As for my tribulation, it's most likely because I was second and because I used a taboo. Wang Wei believed Grand Tao sensed the presence of another mortal emperor, but could not determine how he achieved this state. So, it checked Wang Wei and realized he used a taboo. I never believed I could hide the science and technology world from a being like Grand Tao. The best explanation for my current situation is whatever means Hong Jun used gave me a unique status. The status that I was worthy of intervening in things like taboo to a certain extent. By that train of thought, Grand Tao discovered he used a taboo to become a mortal emperor, so it gave him a punishment or a trial for his discretion. In the future, people who become mortal emperor will have to undergo tribulation, but it won't be as bad as Wang Wei's situation. Come with me, suddenly said a melodious voice. Elder Sword, muttered Wang Wei before opening a portal and leaving. Soon, he saw Sword 1 and Origin 1 waiting for him with an elderly man with sage-like features and a faint smell of medicine. Elder Dan, saluted Wang Wei with his head. Sect Master, there is no need for pleasantries with your current state, said the elderly man with deep respect in his voice. You only need to relax and he'll fix you. Thank you. It is my honor, replied Elder Dan with worship in his eyes. He had witnessed a miracle. A mortal with the power of a great emperor. No one would believe such a thing, but he experienced it with his own eyes. Better yet, he will heal such a legend. Despite living for so long, Elder Dan could not control his emotions for a while, and only after hearing Sword 1's soft cough did he immediately heal Wang Wei's injuries. With a wave of his hand, a green light full of life and vitality appeared in his hand. He infused it into Wang Wei's head, healing his cracked skull and regrowing his brain. The previous Wang Wei could never bear such a tremendous amount of energy. But it was different now. Then, he slowly regrew Wang Wei's fleshly body and refilled his divine sea. He even healed Wang Wei's primordial spirit. Wang Wei's law, altar, and Tao tree contained the power of nothingness, so it survived in the void. This saved him from recultivating and condensing it again. The entire process took them 3 days. It took so much energy, commented Elder Dao with bright eyes. I've healed some of your hidden injuries in the process. Thank you, nodded Wang Wei. As a body refiner, it's normal to have hidden injuries in the process of destroying and reconstructing the flesh. You should show your face to disciples outside, said Origin One. There are already rumors you're dead. You need to stabilize the situation before people start panicking. Too many people place their hopes and dreams on Wang Wei's rise. So, even rumors of his death made many people nervous and panicked. So, he nodded before asking, I forgot to hide my aura during the tribulation. Wang Wei wanted to hide his strength to prevent trouble. Di Tian should figure out his breakthrough after learning of his tribulation. However, he was more worried that the other factions would become desperate once they learned about his emperor's strength. Don't worry, we hid your aura and placed a ban on the sect. No one can leave or enter until the final battle, replied Sword One, who also understood the horror of people who were desperate. That's good. Wang Wei was too occupied with the tribulation, so he did not have time to be so careful. All right, he'll go appease the sect. He left the sect to prepare a small event with the disciples to show them he was healthy and alive. Flaw. And I edited the previous 2 chapters, especially the one labeled 10 Supremacy, adding a lot of detail and information to the point everything is now different. So, please reread them to not miss important information. Should we tell him? Asked the steward, who suddenly appeared next to Origin One and Sword One. No, replied Origin One. But we finally see hope. What if he fails because of such a small thing? Then he fails, added Sword One, with a calm demeanor. If he cannot overcome this tribulation, then his destiny is not enough to become an emperor. Isn't our existence to protect him from things like this? He argued, feeling unwilling. Our actions will be considered interfering if we told him, added Origin One. I'm sure we can pay the price. The steward did not want such a legendary character as the sect master to die, even though they could have prevented it. Sword One and Origin One remained quiet for a few seconds. Indeed, Wang Wei's recent monumental achievement was worth it for them to take the risk. Have you guys forgotten the founder's 2 primary teachings? Suddenly said Hell Judgment. Be cruel when cultivating geniuses and let things take their course, muttered Sword One. Because of these rules, they had to hide the method of condensing the 3 flowers on the crown and only allow their sect's heaven chosen to cultivate it after experiencing their Tao foundation being broken. And according to the founder, they can artificially create an event that leads to such destruction. This meant these ancestors would have found a way for Wang Tian and Wang Wei to experience having their Tao foundation broken. The second teaching was the main reason the Tao opening sect is usually low-key when doing things. It's also the reason they have not broken the 9 Emperor Curse. Otherwise, if they decided to cultivate an emperor at all costs, Heavenly Tao would not be able to stop them. However, Qiyuan warned them about letting destiny take its course regarding certain things. Otherwise, the consequences will be disastrous. Judgment is right, said Origin One. We will not intervene and let him deal with the situation himself. After dealing with the sect's disciples, Wang Wei visited his parents. He saw his father look at him with excitement, pride, satisfaction, and many other emotions. You really succeeded? Asked Wang Tian. I did. Good. Who cares about these things? Said Yu Yin as she rushed to hold her son. How are you? Are you still injured? Are you in pain? I'm fine. Elder Dan fixed me better than ever. That's good, nodded Yu Yin in relief. Then, she gritted her teeth. Damn Heavenly Tao. How dare strike my son? Heavenly Tao, I thought your relationship had improved after becoming an heiress son, added Wang Tian, shaking his head. Wang Wei frowned as he thought of something. He used his divine sense to contact his ancestors and secretly read the mind of a few disciples. So that's how it is. The mortal saw Heavenly Tao, and the immortals saw true Heavenly Tao. I guess maybe only me and Wu Hong saw Grand Dao. Wang Wei did not think this was a coincidence or that these people could not recognize the eye of Grand Dao. As a near omnipresent being, anyone will immediately recognize Grand Dao after laying eyes on it. Maybe even the two sons did not detect its presence, thought Wang Wei with envy. He was jealous of Grand Dao's power. One day, they'll be able to stand toe-to-toe with it and even transcend it. He spent some time with his family before returning to meet his ancestors. Wang Wei wanted to test his power with an insurgent on par with a third-class emperor. "Are you Supreme Elder Wang Lin?" asked Wang Wei, looking at the elderly man dressed in all black before him. Technically speaking, all the ancestors hold the position or title of Supreme Elder. However, because there were no true monarchs and quasi-emperors in the previous generation, Wang Chong's generation became Supreme Elders, and Sword One became ancestors. "Sect Master, please," saluted Wang Lin with great respect. "We will start with 5-root strength before raising our power to 3rd class." Wang Wei wanted to use this training to get acquainted with his strength. While fighting the tribulation, he discovered he did not have absolute control of his power as he once had. "As you wish." Bang, bang, bang. Wang Wei fought with all his efforts against Wang Lin, using all his powers to the best of his abilities. During this fight, he rapidly adapted to his newfound strength. He spent the next month constantly fighting and adapting. "Supreme Elder Wang, what do you think of my power?" asked Wang Wei. "Your soul quantity and purity reached the emperor level. Your origin essence was elevated to the level of close to insurgent chi. Although your body did not reach the emperor level, you can still use the cooperation of essence, chi, and spirit to support high-level battles. Finally, your law reached the level of Dao, ancestors' grand source Dao. Dao ancestors can borrow the power of the grand Dao source, so it made sense his law reached their levels." However, Wang Wei frowned. "Is there something?" asked Wang Lin. "Please visit Panda in 0v1. No, nothing," replied Wang Wei. "I wonder how you became an insurgent." During this month, he tried to figure it out, but was unsuccessful. "I had a fortunate encounter and fused my inner world with a special chaos talisman. It seems you're a man of great fortune." "Maybe." Pa in Dan 0v1. C0M no. I can fight emperors with 9%. You only use 5% in our battle, right? That's correct. All right, I want to experience the power of 6%. Wang Lin immediately hesitated. "I only want to experience the difference." Okay. Wang Wei gathered all his strength. Furthermore, his state reached its peak. Bang! He crashed on the ground, on the verge of death. "What does this scene look familiar?" he muttered with a wry smile. One palm. He lost with one palm, and he could tell the Supreme Elder was not trying to kill him. Otherwise, he would be in a worse situation. The difference 1% is so vast. He sighed. He activated his regeneration and said, "Let's try again. This time, I will use an Emperor artifact." With his current strength, he could use more power from the artifact. As such, he barely survived the battle with 6% Grand Dao source. However, Wang Wei was not happy about this achievement since Wang Lin did not use an Emperor artifact or any weapons for that matter. Furthermore, the latter was not trying to kill him and had many reservations. Then, he tried different methods of fighting higher percentages. Wang Wei used more than one artifact, using the resonance between them to utilize more power. He burned his fleshly body, energy, soul, and lifespan to increase his battle prowess. He even used his willpower to the best of his ability. With all these methods, he gathered enough data on the battle prowess of the third-class emperor. Of course, he had to make multiple visits to Elder Dan due to his madness. Luckily, the latter did not mind and seemed excited to heal him. Finally, Wang Wei left to see his beautiful wife. "Wife, I'm home," he yelled. "Lower your voice," said Wu Hong. "Don't you know your current status?" "Who cares?" replied Wang Wei as he embraced her. Wu Hong looked him up and down. "You actually succeeded?" "I did. But why do you sound like you were not confident in me?" "I knew you would succeed, but I thought your science and technology method would have failed," and you would have to find another way. Wu Hong was proud of her man and knew he had the intelligence, ingenuity, and resources to succeed in anything he placed his mind to, even if it was something that no one had ever achieved before. I had a few plan Bs if this method failed, but now that I think about it, the chances of succeeding were minimal, replied Wang Wei. One of his plans B was to use the insurgents and an emperor formation to access the Grand Tao source and experience an earlier baptism. He wanted to use the power of the Grand Tao source to break his limit. However, a module like the Grand Tao source is challengingly more strict than a place like the Quantum Realm. So, there's a high chance it would stop him and even lower divine punishment. Tell me your experience, said Wu Hong. Then, Wang Wei explained to her everything that had occurred. Truly a wonderful experience. The Quantum Realm seemed to have many secrets. It's a good idea to keep the world for the future, commented Wu Hong. Indeed, but you should also be careful. You don't know the objective of this Hong Jun, nor whether his protection will last forever. You make another good point, nodded Wang Wei. As long as you know. By the way, why do I feel you have some concern about your strength? You caught that? You're right, said Wang Wei. Ever since I made the breakthrough, I felt something was wrong. I felt like I was flawed. Flaw. Do you think there's a problem because you used a taboo? No. Maybe flawed is the wrong word, added Wang Wei as he paused for a moment. A better way to explain would be, I'm missing something. What are you missing? That's the thing. I can't think of it. I feel like the answer is on the tip of my tongue, but I cannot think of it. Chapter 743. Wu Hong frowned. Wang Wei's current situation was new territory for her. After all, no one had ever achieved 10 Supremacy Foundation before this generation. So, she had nothing to reference. Her vast knowledge and experience were not helpful in the current situation. I think I'm having my first cultivation bottleneck, Wang Wei said with a frown. Slightly annoyed, he could not figure out what he lacked, especially since the thing seemed in the back of his mind. Most cultivators will experience bottlenecks in their lives. It often prevents even the most brilliant heaven chosen from reaching a higher realm or cultivating some magical technique. The worst thing about bottlenecks is that the most stupid reasons could prevent cultivators from succeeding at their cultivation. For example, what Wang Wei is missing could be something extremely obvious or obscure, like one specific memory he experienced back on Earth. If it's a bottleneck, there are two ways to deal with it. Slowly grind and succeed through time, or wait for a moment of enlightenment. In your situation, you have to use the second method. You're right, especially since I don't have much time, replied Wang Wei as he took his entrance token for the Heavenly Battle. While testing his strength, he received the news from Heavenly Tao that the final battle was only 500 years from now. Let's go on a vacation with just the two of us, said Wu Hong. You can calm down and refresh your mind. With such a state of mind, you have a higher chance of becoming enlightened and dealing with your bottleneck. That's a good idea. Let me deal with a few things before leaving. Okay, I suddenly remember I have a few things to ask you. Firstly, do you know how Di Tian achieved his mortal emperor status? My guess is he used a limit breaker. What a cool name, commented Wang Wei. The name tells me what it does, but can you be more specific? Limit Breaker is a rare primordial chaos treasure often fought for by paragons and fiend gods. Fiend gods often use it to break through the limit of their bloodlines, while paragons use it to break through the limit of their talent, soul, or even Grand Tao source. You can break the limit of Grand Tao source. It's not as grandiose as it sounds, added Wu Hong. After reaching the peak of 100% Grand Tao source, it's impossible to increase strength unless a person cultivates the true Power Tao realm, using a powerful artifact or cultivating unique techniques. With a limit breaker, a peak paragon can increase the strength of their Grand Tao source. Such a treasure would greatly benefit someone like you. Indeed, replied Wu Hong. She's the kind of paragons who truly reach the peak of power in the world with no signs or possibility of improvement. I tried to get my hands on a limit breaker, but I never succeeded. So it's that rare? Yes. Then, how did Tion get his hand on one? I think he receives Empyrean Nine Pillars legacy, replied Wu Hong. She once searched all types of information about the Limit Breaker, and the result was the last person in the Eternal Ascension world to have a Limit Breaker was Empyrean Nine Pillar. So, she searched through the river of time for information about the latter. However, after her research, Wu Hong learned this rumor was most likely spread by Nine Pillars' enemy to use outside aid to kill him. Furthermore, Empyrean Nine Pillar disappeared and was most likely dead. Empyrean Nine Pillar? A very talented individual, even compared to me. However, he was obsessed with reaching the so-called 10 Supremacy Foundation and dedicating countless Yuan epics to researching it. If luck were not against him, he probably would have survived. Lucky bastard, said Wang Wei with gritted teeth. He created an entire world of science and technology, got involved in another taboo, created or inspired another cultivation path, and spent millions of years cultivating talented scientists and developing technology. Only then did he succeed, but Tion was lucky to find someone who did all the work for him. Life is unfair. You should know this by now, reassured Wu Hong. Whatever, exhaled Wang Wei. Do you know about my white luck? Paragon's luck, she said calmly. I have the luck of a paragon. Becoming a paragon is not as simple as you think, added Wu Hong. You need a paragon soul, 90% grand Dao source, Dao heart, paragon luck, destiny, and other things. So, many people in the Eternal Ascension world will find ways to increase their luck and gather enough destiny before breaking through. I see. So, I don't have to worry about luck to become a paragon? You are an Era's son. As long as you accomplish whatever destiny Heavenly Tao gave you, your luck will turn half or completely white. As it depends on how well the destiny is accomplished, please visit Panda and 0v1. Yes, nodded Wu Hong before suddenly remembering something. Didn't your ancestor tells you information about all the cultivation realm? Why are you asking me? They sealed all information about Empyrean and above to not influence me, he replied, shaking his head. I'm guessing it will be removed after I prove the Tao. That's not necessarily a bad thing. With your personality, you would probably be planning and worrying about your breakthrough into the Paragon realm while you're still a little mortal. Mortality? Muttered Wang Wei. In the eye of these big shots, his intelligence, wit, cunningness, wisdom, tactical mind, and talent means nothing if he cannot prove the Tao. Ultimately, he will always be immortal with a short lifespan, stuck in the cycle of reincarnation. If he does not escape the shackles of death, his memories will be wiped out after countless reincarnations, losing his true self and becoming someone else. Is this the power of reincarnation? The immortal essence of a mortal tier powerhouse is not only their infinite lifespan, but also their true self. No matter how many reincarnations they experience, they will never lose their memories or become someone else. Their memories might be temporarily sealed, but once they awaken their memories, they will instantly return to their old self. Wang Wei raised his hand to manifest his Samsara Dao. If the power of reincarnation is strong enough, could I kill the true self of an immortal? Wang Wei's eyes brightened as he developed the prototype of a new technique. Then, he exhaled, feeling his mind refresh. Your 10 Supremacy Foundation is not as simple as I thought, commented Wu Hong with surprise in her eyes. Panda, E1, your true self-enlightenment is part of the existence you have to understand to become an everlasting Empyrean. Yet, you've caught a glimpse into it while still being immortal and skipping the eternal emperor aspect. Is that so? Well, you should already know how awesome I was. Wang Wei guessed the 10 Supremacy Foundation involved the concept of breaking limits, including the fact people cannot comprehend existence on their own. Of course, he knew there must limit to this ability. It seems that part of the power of your Paragon soul has been activated after you became a mortal emperor, she added with jealousy. She is a genius born with unparalleled comprehension. However, to reach the level of a Paragon soul, She had to consume countless unique and powerful heaven and earth treasures. But this bastard was born with such a talent. Well, I know he technically earned it, but I'm still mad, thought Wu Hong before suddenly biting him. Ow, why'd you do that for? Because I felt like it. Wang Wei was speechless, but was then distracted by something. Her teeth easily broke his mighty skin. What if one day, while doing our night activities, she accidentally bites? Wouldn't I suffer? He trembled with fear as he imagined that scene. He would not survive such a situation even with his willpower. You're thinking something stupid again? She asked with flaring anger in her eyes. Wife, you cannot accuse me of things I did not do, said Wang Wei with a flattering smile. By the way, I always wanted to ask, have you ever fought the Sword Empress? If so, who won? Wu Hong gave him a look, knowing he was trying to change the subject and appease her anger. We fought once. I won by a small margin. Oh, my ancestor is so powerful. Her attacks are unparalleled. Why do I feel a bit coming? The battle was only a competition, added Wu Hong. In a life and death battle, she won't survive long in my hands. Because of her weak body? Yes. If I want to kill her by exchanging injuries for injuries, I will win, and she will die. She had the utmost confidence in that statement. But now she will temper her body, presumably become an inextinguishable paragon. How can you defeat her now? I will be fine. There are differences between inextinguishable paragons. However, this is not the primary reason for her confidence. Although Yin AI will reach the final realm of Sword Dao after tempering her body, her main body also has her opportunity. After her injury and falling down in cultivation realm, she will take this opportunity to reinforce her foundation. So once Sword Empress returned to her peak, her strength would only be on par with the main body, if not still a little weaker. Plus, I have the perfect foundation, Wu Hong thought, full of confidence. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 744, and it's later, and I'm sleepy. So, the chapter is not edited and should have more grammar mistakes than usual. Sorry, they'll edit it later. I see this is your main body. Did you finish your retreat? Asked Wang Wei. Yes, nodded Wu Hong with shining eyes. However, they quickly dimmed as worry filled her eyes. What's wrong? Is the method not feasible? Wu Hong paused for a moment before waving her hands to seal the surroundings. Then, she talked to him only through divine sense. I did finish the method of casting a perfect foundation. Well, a better name for it would be transcendent foundation. You mean it can help people become detached? Asked Wang Wei with shock. He only thought this method would drastically increase his strength, make his cultivation path smoother, and maybe allow him to intervene in the perfection taboo. It's not as heaven-defying as you think. It only increases a person's chance of becoming half-step detachment by a few %. Even then, it's style a technique that could cause chaos and disaster in the entire chaos universe. Wang Wei knew his Wu Hong, Sword Empress, Qi Yuan, and many of his ancestors were peerless talents who reached the pinnacle of the universe. Yet, none of them could find a path forward to transcendence. Finally, Qi Yuan planned a heaven-shaking plan to gather the luck and power of sentient beings to summon the ultimate taboo, giving the entire universe a chance or path toward detachment. But even then, he still technically failed, even though countless half-step transcendent beings suddenly appeared in the universe. In half-step detach will now be referred to as half-step transcendent. I like the name better. But this transcendent Dao Foundation technique could increase the probability of someone reaching this realm pursued by countless paragons, fiend gods, Dao monarchs, and even a mortal king. Wang Wei took a moment to inhale and exhaled, calming down. So, what exactly is this method? How does it work? Grand Dao forbids the existence of perfection because only transcendents are perfect. You can say the process of becoming detached is a process of becoming the perfect being. Wang Wei frowned. I always felt Grand Tao wanted more powerful beings to appear in the universe, including transcendence. Was I wrong? He could not think why perfection would become taboo if Grand Tao wanted all sentient beings to reach higher realms. You're correct. Hence why the perfection taboo is divided into mortal and perfection, allowing people to slowly study this taboo. However, how could becoming transcendent be so easy? So, the process of becoming transcendent is a hell-level copy, but by making perfection a taboo, Grand Tao elevated it to nightmare level. According to the game analogy he used to understand the cultivation world, players began their journey with a mortal copy, where their objective is to reach the peak of mortality or the quasi-emperor realm. The copy has different maps, Great Thousand World or Heavenwell World, and based on the maps and the player's luck, the mortal copy has different levels of difficulty. But as their level, cultivation, rises, the difficulty will also increase. Afterward, it is the immortal copy where they have to become eternal by proving the Tao. Once that copy is finished, they have to change the setting, Eternal Ascension World. The end of the immortal copy is the highest level, Paragon Realm. Finally, it's the transcendent copy, where they have to go beyond the level ceiling of the game. Unfortunately, the game master or artificial intelligence, Grand Tao, who controls the game, raised the difficulty of the transcendent copy from hell difficulty to the nightmare level by making perfection a taboo. Wu Hong was momentarily speechless, as this was the perfect analogy to summarize the situation. You can think of it that way, she replied. Wang Wei nodded. Can you briefly describe this technique? I used the 3-flower condensing method to sublimate the Tao foundation to a sense of perfection, she explained. Upon success, your 3 flowers should reach the 0 level. She succeeded so quickly because she remembered how he complained about going beyond the first level flower and thought of using this method as the foundation for her research. Is there something wrong with your method? Asked Wang Wei, remembering her worried look. Yes, nodded Wu Hong. Grand Tao will not allow someone to easily condense such a foundation, and most likely will directly kill you or lower a tribulation even worse than the Supreme Outlaw Trial. Wang Wei shuddered thinking about these words. He almost died during the Supreme Outlaw Trial, so he could not imagine how terrible the Perfection Trial would be. Could we condense the Transcendent Foundation in a place where Grand Tao's power does not exist or is weakened? That's the only way to deal with this problem, replied Wu Hong. However, the places that fit these criteria are few, and most are forbidden lands and primordial chaos. They are as dangerous as Grand Tao itself. Wang Wei frowned. With the Eternal Ascension's current situation, we will have to deal with the parasites before searching for these places. No, even if they were not present, I would need to reach a high enough cultivation realm to enter these forbidden lands. He looked at his wife. Do we have to postpone cultivating the technique? Please visit Panda in 0VE1. Ko. And Wu Hong did not answer him for a moment before looking into his eyes. Do you trust me? With my life, he replied without hesitation and with a brilliant smile. After completing the technique, a sudden message popped in my mind. We need to enter the dark truth to establish the perfect foundation. Dark truth? What's that? Another taboo, replied Wu Hong. It's a fog that has existed since the beginning of the Chaos universe, and even Grand Tao cannot get rid of it. It can be found throughout countless normal and chaos worlds. Typically, the fog will only remain in these worlds with no purpose. However, once someone enters, they will suffer 3 fates, die, nothing happens, or be blessed by the fog with treasures, cultivation techniques, increases in talent, and many more. Why is that? That's the mystery of the fog. No one knows the criteria which decide whether someone will be blessed and die. You said the fog normally remains peaceful. What about other times? It will destroy everything in its path. And it did not matter how many paragons or fiend gods try to stop it, they all died. I believe even half-step transcendent like Methria is only bigger ants before the dark truth. Wang Wei frowned, calming down to analyze the situation. Does our world has a dark truth? Yes, at the extremity C, at the end of the endless void. In that case, I will set foot in the dark truth after proving the Tao to set up the perfect foundation. Are you sure? Asked Wu Hong, worry oozing out of every pore of her body. You could die, or I will succeed, he countered with a smile. I have long understood that certain things do not require logic, calculations, or intelligence. They need a leap of faith. Since I trust, I will take that leap. Wu Hong sighed before putting her head on his chest. Good. Anyway, there are advantages to using the dark truth instead of the others. Oh, resources. According to my calculations, the Transcendent Tao Foundation requires numerous materials, some of which are as rare as the Limit Breaker. But if nothing unexpected occurs, the fog should grant you these materials. More reason to use it, commented Wang Wei. Maybe, muttered Wu Hong, lost in thought. She was worried about Wang Wei's safety, but there was nothing she could do. However, her other worry was her main body. Will she also take a leap of faith? Very unlikely. She groaned. Whatever. Let nature take its course. I will go prepare before we go on our vacations. Okay. Wang Wei left the manor as he summoned Wang Ju to Tianwei Peak. He wanted to deal with the sex affairs while being updated on the things that had occurred since his seclusion. According to his calculation, 225,000 years passed, and with the 10 times time acceleration formation he set, he experienced over 2 million years. However, the time he spent more than 730 million years comprehending the laws, tempering his body, and so on. My primordial spirit allows me to divide my mind into trillions, drastically increasing my comprehension. So, I spent at least a few trillion comprehending the law. No wonder my Tao tree turned purple gold, pondered Wang Wei, realizing how awesome and broken he was. Panday N0V1. Calm Wang Wei looked in the distance as he noticed something with his divine sense. Why are there so many alchemists at the foot of the mountain? The main city of the sect, located at the foot of the mountain, contained an abnormal amount of alchemist or pill refiner. Could it be? He muttered as he thought of something. The power of fate flashed in his eyes. Liling became the first pill refiner to create an immortal pill, and heavenly Tao rewarded her with immense merit. Then, countless alchemists from all 5 continents came to worship the sect. They wanted to see her, worship her as a master, or learn from her. Not bad. She did not shame her status as my little sister. Wang Wei then flew to Tianwei Peak. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. News: Wang Wei flew to Tianwei Peak as he waited for Wang Ju. He took this moment of quiet to think about the dark truth and the previous conversation he had with Wu Hong. Panda NOV. You wonder, there have been countless geniuses thought the chaos universe, including people like him who are Tao overlords born with paragon souls, cultivated 9-extremity foundation, or even a combination of the 3. Wang Wei knew he had 3 advantages over others: his recent 10 supremacy foundation, his willpower, and the knowledge from Earth, which is another civilization. The 10 supremacy foundation should only help me until the Empyrean realm. My willpower and sealed spiritual power until the Paragon realm. And finally, my greatest advantage should be Earth. Wang Wei has read many stories about how many protagonists reach transcendence, and he can use them as references. Although there's a high chance these methods are nonsense or pure fantasy, it does not matter. The power of cultivation allowed people to turn fantasy into reality and nonsense into truth. So, after reaching the peak of Paragon Realm, he could try all these nonsense ideas one by one. After all, he will be immortal and has an infinite lifespan to try them all. Regardless, his Earth advantage is not as absolute as he would like, since there are others. First, there is the human emperor, who is very likely to be the first emperor of China, the ruler of the Qin dynasty, Qin Shi Huang. Furthermore, Wang Wei believes he was not the only one Hong Jun reincarnated. Even worse, there is a high chance he was in an accident and was not part of the latter's original plan. So, the danger of the dark truth is worth the risk to increase my chances at transcendence, pondered Wang Wei. Furthermore, there might be no danger at all. The idea of using the dark truth would not appear in her mind for no reason. So, there's a high chance future me or future her sent the information, planning across space-time. He pondered, deep in thought. I should also consider the possibility my future enemy is calculating me across time. But if my future self cannot prevent such a method, he's a waste. Wang Wei suddenly groaned. He did not like that his future self was planning his current self. If he had the power, he would revolt against his future self. The ancients did not deceive me when they said weakness was a sin, he muttered with a sigh. Then, he chuckled as he realized his future self was speechless right as he realized his younger self wanted to rebel. His mood improved after thinking about this as he relaxed. Wang Ju is late. Did something happen? He thought as he looked at the time. Since she did not ask for help, it must be something minor. So, Wang Wei took this time to further analyze his 10 Supremacy Foundation. He felt there might be more mysteries to unravel. I wonder whether there will one day be 11 Hegemony Foundation or 12 Ultimate Foundation. Well, the names need some work. He theorized whether these two foundations would require a mortal to have Empyrean and Paragon strength. That would be terrifying and probably impossible. Most like 11 Hegemony Foundation would require second-class Emperor strength, and 12 Ultimate Foundation would require first-class strength. And if there's a 13 Transcendent Foundation, it would require eternal-level power. Wang Wei shook his head as those requirements were also crazy, especially knowing the vast strength difference between each class. He could not fathom what it would take for a mortal to meet these requirements. As for himself, he only pondered briefly about these foundations before giving up. There are only 500 years before the heaven will battle. Furthermore, he has yet to discover the missing link to his 10 Supremacy Foundation, let alone have any ideas on higher ones. So, he shook his head to remove these ideas from his mind. Wang Wei waved his hand to manifest his fate palaces. Oddly, there are not 9 but 10. Unfortunately, the last one was transparent and not completely condensed. I previously thought the fate palaces would be useless after proving the Tao, he thought. I plan to see if I could create a few unique techniques using them. However, after seeing the 10th one, my intuition tells me they will be extremely vital to me in the future. His intuition told him after condensing the 12 palaces, most likely after becoming a paragon, something magical would happen, and the true brilliance of these fate palaces will manifest. Secmaster, I apologize for my tardiness. Wang Wei put away his palaces before gazing at the kneeling Wang Ju. Get up. Thank you. What happened? The traitors tried to use the increasing number of alchemists to infiltrate the sect. I was hunting down their people. Did you get any information or capture anyone? Unfortunately, no. They committed suicide as soon as I was about to catch them. Please visit Panda in 0v1. Co-M, I see. Well, forget them for now, replied Wang Wei. Did anything change with your strength after my retreat? No, I still retain the peak 7-leaf battle prowess, explained Wang Ju. However, I discovered I could enter a special state where my strength reached the Tao ancestor level. However, the state will not last long and place a severe burden on my body afterward. As expected, Heavenly Tao or Grand Tao nerfed the technique, muttered Wang Wei to himself. I guess it's better than nothing. Then he asked Wang Ju, tell me the important information that happened during the past 200,000 years. Yes. Firstly, the Tao burial ground disappeared right before you entered seclusion. Wang Wei nodded as he remembered hearing this news. However, he was dealing with DTon, followed by the Spirit Genesis sect, so he did not pay too much attention. I've tried to investigate the cause of this disappearance, but nothing has been found after so many years. That's fine. Anything else? Wang Wei did not care about these rats, since he could find them anytime after becoming an emperor. Wu Ming from the Origin Rune Palace hunted down someone with an entrance token. He has hinted that he has no desire to compete in the final battle and wants to become our ally. According to our analysis, there is a 70% chance he's telling the truth and a 30% chance he's lying and want to backstab us. I see. Continue. Many sealed heaven chosens have awakened and hunted these weak individuals with entrance token. These wastes, muttered Wang Wei. I save them and place karma on them for nothing. He looked in the distance as he sensed the disappearing karma threads. With a flick of his fingers, he placed these threads on these people's descendants, families, and loved ones. As for the ones who were true loners, he plans to pass the debts to their factions after he becomes an emperor and is more powerful. What else? We have infiltrated deep into this world's branch of the corpse-selling sect. Oh, what happened? Asked Wang Wei with intrigue. Wang Ju explained how she used the conflict between Wang Wei and Yu Zhou, who wanted a new body, to justifiably attack the corpse-selling sect. Then, in the chaos, she sent more of her Fate Shadow Guard to infiltrate the sect. Excellent work, said Wang Wei, genuinely surprised. He did not think Wang Ju was this capable. Do you want any reward? Sect Master's praise is more than enough, replied Wang Ju, who spoke from the heart. As the sect master shadows, she did not lack any resources or power. However, she feared her work would not be satisfactory, so she was more than happy with these words of praise. If you say so, nodded Wang Wei, not anything. Anything else? Or is this the end? No. The most significant event in the past few years is Feng Heng becoming a traitor to the Tai Profound Gate. They denounced his status as the next heir and even hunted him down. The event shocked the world because many immortal tier powerhouses and even insurgents betrayed the sect with Feng Heng. So, he was found out in the end, commented Wang Wei with a frown. How is our situation? The Profound Gate discovered many of our upper-level spies and killed them. Only a few escaped. This Feng Heng is becoming a pain in the ass and a terrible associate, groaned Wang Wei. It was because of his people that Feng Heng was not discovered sooner. But now, all his work seemed in vain. Whatever. I've done my part to repay my karma with Buddhism, he added. Do we still have people inside? Yes, but they are few in between. That's more than enough. What happened to Feng Heng? He disappeared, and no one can find him, replied Wang Ju. I guess he is hiding inside the Western Pure Land. Sect Master, do you want to contact him? No, leave him alone. In the current situation, he needs us more than we need him. Immortal Runes. Jin Wushuang is now completely healed, said Wang Ju. However, it seems he has no desire to compete in this generation. It makes sense. He lost too much time and is way behind the others. Furthermore, it will not be easy to heal such a broken Tao heart, commented Wang Wei. Did anything happen to the Spirit Genesis sect? Or are people in the Commerce Hub and otherworld communities? No, everything has been peaceful recently. We now have a stable foothold in the Commerce Hub. However, the other groups do not want us to reach the core of power, so they've restricted our actions. It doesn't matter. With the stable foothold, I can overthrow the entire table and forcefully take over, said Wang Wei with a sneer, revealing his late-stage capitalist mentality. Anything else? The last thing to report is there have been 3 auspicious signs in the past 200,000 years. One was from Great Elder Yin Liling, the other from the D Clan and the Great Talisman City. Tong Ruobing? What has she been to? She made an immortal talisman, said a beautiful voice. Wang Wei looked over and saw Yin Liling walking in the hall. Oh, so a similar situation must have happened with talisman masters all over the world. Yin Liling shook his head. The Great Talisman City refused to acknowledge the truth. They most likely want Tong Ruobing to keep the news as a surprise in the final battle. Is that so? Muttered. This generation is truly a glorious age. two talents who achieved something all professions have been a pursuit for countless eras. Indeed. What's wrong? Asked Wang Wei, who felt her voice contained some weird emotions. I used a special array from the ancestors to condense immortal qi to make the immortal pill. Although I had to design the formula and divine runes, the most significant reason for my success was the immortal qi. My method is not universal, hence the reason I have not made it public to gather merit. However, Tong Ruobing should not have access to that array, and having an immortal venerable gather immortal qi for her is not enough to create an immortal tier talisman. Wang Wei gave her a weird look as he guessed the strange emotion was envy and competitive nature. Yin Liling did not want to lose to Tong Ruobing in her achievement. Our spies gathered some scattered aura when her immortal talisman underwent tribulation, continued Yin Liling as she handed him a talisman. Over the years, I have theorized how she made the talisman, but I wanted your opinion to confirm. Wang Wei used his divine sense to sense the aura from the talisman. There's a small aura similar to Emperor artifact. Although it was faint, he could detect it. Her method is probably similar to how most Emperor creates an artifact. She made a talisman embryo before borrowing the power of an Emperor artifact to elevate from the quasi-Emperor tier to the immortal tier. That's what I thought, said Yin Liling with squinted eyes. Tong Ruobing is truly a talent, commented Wang Wei with admiration. After learning some of his ideas from Wu Ming, she seemed to have opened her mind and begun to think from outside of the box. In other words, she was not limited by the thinking logic of the people of this world. She's not better than me, said Yin Liling. Oh, did you think of countermeasures to make your method more universal? Yes, replied Yin Liling. I've begun the study of immortal runes. The purpose of these runes is to turn innate qi into immortal qi so that all professions can create immortal tier creations. Ambitious, said Wang Wei with brilliant eyes. Although less than 5 people in each generation will have the talent to portray these immortal runes, the creation of such a system is enough to grant you the title of Dan Ancestor. Wang Wei's statistics were wrong. It would be a blessing to have someone in every 5 generations have the talent to use immortal runes. However, if his new era is as brilliant as he envisioned, the myriad Emperor world's destiny will drastically increase, thus giving birth to more geniuses every generation. Regardless, he was right about Yin Liling's capability of receiving the title of Dan Ancestors, as her immortal runes are not less of an accomplishment than the Danyuan Emperor's creation of divine runes. To be honest, I have even bigger hopes for the immortal runes, said Yin Liling with a smile. Oh, do tell, replied Wang Wei. He was quite intrigued. I hope the immortal runes could resonate with the source qi space and summon immortal qi to temper the pills. Wang Wei squinted his eyes. What do you think? Is it feasible? I don't know, he said with a sigh. In the upper dimension, it's normal for quasi-emperors to find ways to become immortal venerable or Dao ancestors without the aid of a great emperor. However, things are different in the lower dimension. And since your immortal runes involve immortal qi, true heavenly Dao might not allow it to happen. Please visit Panda in 0VE1. But I should have a chance, right? Continued Yin Liling. True heavenly Dao has become less strict because of the current situation. Furthermore, you told us the Persong longevity world has an immortal source, so it's not immortal qi is completely banned in the lower dimension. I never thought it would. As long as I have a chance, I would pursue it. Good. Let me see your preliminary research, asked Wang Wei, and Yin Liling gave him an information transmission talisman. The research on the immortal runes turning innate qi into immortal qi is proceeding smoothly due to the miscellaneous Emperor's array. Although it is far from the success stage, things are proceeding smoothly. However, things cannot be said to be the same for one related to the source qi space. Do you need innate qi? He asked. No, the ancestors provided them to me for my research. That's good. After becoming emperor, we will explore the source qi space to see if your research can succeed. I had the same idea. How? Is the automatic pill cauldron. I've basically succeeded, replied Yin Liling. The cauldron can refine pills from the lowest profound tier to quasi-emperor. I began my research on the immortal runes because I wanted to upgrade it to be able to refine immortal pills. Excellent, nodded Wang Wei with satisfaction. He was happy with Yin Liling's talent and accomplishment. Although he was also an alchemist, he only cultivated it as an auxiliary Tao. With the merit from the cauldron and the immortal rune, Liling should be able to condense a golden body of merit. Just like Mom, thought Wang Wei, pondering about the merit-proving Tao method. You should not give up on perfecting the innate pill technique. After all, innate pills are on par with emperor pills, he added. However, Yin Liling shook her head. You created that technique, so you should complete it. The merit should be enough to benefit you. She understood that Wang Wei allowed her to finish that technique because he wanted her to have merit and ensure her future cultivation. However, she no longer lacks ways to gather merit, so he should use it on himself. All right, I guess I can no longer be lazy, nodded Wang Wei. By the way, where is Li Jun? He sent someone to call him, but he had not arrived yet, which was odd. Is he still in retreat? He went to see his son, replied Yin Liling. I thought he wanted to leave them sealed until after the battle. The final battle is dangerous, and anything can happen. So, he wanted to see them just in case. That's not a bad idea, he muttered. In this glorious generation, anything can happen. So, he won't relax or be careful until he holds the heaven will in his hand and absorbs it. Are you jealous? Asked Wang Wei with a smile. Do you think it's wise to poke at my sore spot? Rebutted Yin Liling with a speechless look. However, Wang Wei only chuckled. If you're jealous, you can have a little one of your own after becoming emperor. Give birth to an emperor child for the sect. Yin Liling was even more speechless. With our current cultivation, it's already a statistical improbability to have children, let alone after we become emperor. Don't worry, I will bless you with the fate of having children. If you guys plan it at the right time, when the generation is changing, you should have a higher chance of conceiving. Is that possible? Asked Yin Liling. Although not guaranteed success, it should increase your chances, replied Wang Wei with excitement in his eyes. Why do you seem happier than me? According to my plan, I want to have children until I reach beyond the Tao. If it's a daughter, I plan to spoil her. But if it's a son, I will train him with the harshest method possible, explained Wang Wei with brilliant eyes. So, I need to practice on how to spoil my daughter. Plus, I always wanted to be the fun and doting uncle. Yin Liling did not know how to answer, so she only shook her head with a wry smile. No worse than others. You can't spoil our child, said a deep voice. Why not? Asked Wang Wei. Looking at the red-haired Li Jun, you can't take my heaven-given rights as an uncle. Don't you despise heaven? Even then, this does not give you the right to destroy my dream for no reason. It is my child, so I have the right. Plus, I have valid reasons. They will be my nephews, so I also have a right. What good reason would you have? Wang Wei said with a sneer. If you must know, I plan to spoil my children too, said Li Jun, sneering as well. If we both spoil them, aren't they going to be rotten? You have a point, nodded Wang Wei with great seriousness. We don't want them to turn into second-generation young master who terrorizes people's livelihood and steal other people's daughter and wives. Exactly. With these kids' background, they would become a nightmare to the world if we spoiled them rotten. Nodded Li Jun with fear in his eyes as he imagined how he would protect his children regardless of their faults. And if you add their overpowered and invincible uncles who did the same, these kids would bully the entire lower dimensions and become the ultimate menace between heaven and earth. I have a perfect solution that allows us to both spoil them, said Wang Wei with shining eyes. Oh, I'm all ears. We let their mothers be the boring parents that disciples and control them. Meanwhile, we become the fun parents that spoil them. Great idea, replied Li Jun, unable to contain his excitement. We can spoil them without worrying them turning into second generation's young master. Honey, isn't this a good idea? In your dream, replied Yin Liling. What's wrong? Do you want me to be the villain to our child while you get to be the favorite parent? In your dream. No, no. You have it all wrong, he explained. Our child will thank you for being strict with them. So, although it will appear as if I'm their favorite, it's only temporarily. Yin Liling did not say anything but sneered at him. Li Jun gritted his teeth. What about him? He said, pointing at the smiling Wang Wei, who seemed to be enjoying the drama. Are you going to let him spoil our children and be a bad influence? Don't pull me into this. As he said, it is his right as an uncle, said Yin Liling. Plus, we can't stop him even if we want to. Damn it. Thought Li Jun, who did not want to be the only one who suffered. You know his personality, he might go too far. If he does, this old lady will fight with him to death and ban him from seeing our children. What? This has to be against the law or some form of abuse, argued Wang Wei. When it comes to the child that I will probably spend a couple 100,000 years carrying, I am the law. Damn it, she's right, thought Wang Wei with gritted teeth. Then, the three looked at each other with an intense aura, fighting for their rights on how to raise this non-existent child properly. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, ha ha ha. They suddenly laughed aloud, ignoring their exalted status or power. The three sat in a circle as they served tea to each other. How was your retreat? Asked Wang Wei, and Li Jun briefly released his aura. Peak 6-leaf strength? He asked with surprise. According to his calculation, Li Jun should have reached the peak 5-leaf with the slaughter heart, with a small chance of early 6-leaf. But his current strength was one tiny step away from reaching the mortal limit of 7-leaf. Yes, and with that weapon, I can skip grades to fight. What happened? Wang Wei asked. A lot of things, he replied with a sigh. 225,000 years ago, Li Jun took the war talisman and the slaughter heart, prepared to enter seclusion. He teleported to a secret realm overseen by Supreme Elder Miscellaneous One. He walked to a place with numerous formations. Are you prepared? Asked Miscellaneous One. Yes. The first step is to line your proving Tao with the weapon embryo. Later on, you have to conquer it with your own willpower. Please visit Panda in 0VE1. Co-M as you wish. A weapon rack with 18 weapons manifested above an illusory spear at the center of the multiple arrays. Under his control, Li Jun create a subtle connection between the two. Done, he muttered. Supreme Elder, how is the gathering of baleful aura? The sect has sent people throughout the myriad Emperor world and the lower realm to gather aura for you. Furthermore, the sect master also used his incarnations for the search. Li Jun nodded as he knew his brother's incarnations were very effective in the search, especially the karma, space-time, and luck incarnations. The space-time incarnation can travel to different timelines, especially the ones where the world suffered killing disasters, to gather a baleful aura. Meanwhile, the karma incarnation can use karma throughout space-time to leave baleful, aura-related resources for the future. As for the luck incarnation, he only needed to travel around randomly, and he would find the thing he needed since baleful aura was not some high-level or rare resource. Big Brother said he even sent a mission to his chat group to help me gather baleful aura. So, I do not need to worry about this weapon for now. Li Jun nodded in satisfaction before entering seclusion. His first step was to absorb the war talisman. The process of refining the war talisman was an exhilarating experience. Every second, he could feel his understanding of war Tao drastically increase. It was as if someone had taken the Tao of war from beginning to end and condensed it into the shape of a talisman. And while refining it, he got to experience this Tao from beginning to end. So, Li Jun comprehended this Tao and fused it with his own. In the process, 9 shadows appeared behind Li Jun. They were not Dharma bodies, but his future Buddhist self. Unfortunately, even talented people like Wang Tian can only condense 12 future Buddhist self due to restrictions. Due to the restraint of time, this should be my limit. However, I should be able to achieve complete silver before I become emperor. The next step of his cultivation was to fuse with the Dharma body. However, Li Jun planned to follow Wang Wei's example and condense his Dharma body into human size before the fusion. Li Jun tried and was successful. However, he sensed the process was as slow as a turtle. However, the benefit was he discovered the process helped him cultivate the force control skill. After success, I should reach the immortal control and even peak at the Tao control level. Li Jun then focused on tempering his body and absorbing the slaughter heart. The heart helped reinforce his foundation and temper his body. Over the years, he used different body tempering techniques. However, the most recent was one called slaughter mind tempering, which he acquired from the battle maniac ancestor. He felt his technique suited him perfectly. The technique allowed him to condense a unique physique called slaughter mind physique, which significantly boosted his strength. Previously, I only half condensed this physique. However, I can complete it with the slaughter heart, thought Li Jun as he continued to absorb the heart. Done, he muttered before cultivating the second stage of the slaughter mind tempering. The technique allowed him to create a world of slaughter in his sea of consciousness. As such, the deeper his understanding of slaughter Tao, the better the world he can make. Then, he will use the power of slaughter to condense in that world to temper his body. The power of slaughter contains negative emotions that can corrupt the flesh. However, it also included vitality to revive the flesh, thus achieving a state of tempering through destruction and revival. The core of this technique is the transformation of spirit into essence. In other words, using the mind to elevate the fleshly body. This technique is quite ingenious, requiring little to no resources, thought Li Jun, gritting his teeth to bear the pain. If I guess correctly, it should be a precious, innate technique. The slaughter world in his mind will temper his flesh, soul, and willpower. Li Jun gritted his teeth until he reached his limit. Bang! He punched the air, feeling the power flushing through his veins. 52 Primordial Dragon Force. Excellent, muttered Li Jun. Then, a ruthless light flashed in his eyes. Next step, Li Jun immediately underwent the flesh tribulation. The tribulation is composed of 7 levels, corresponding to the skin, muscles or tendon, bones, organs, blood, meridians or veins, and soul, muttered Li Jun. Most people cannot pass one. Genius can survive 2 simultaneously, and unparalleled genius will survive 3. He squinted his eyes. Compared to talents, I am nothing compared to the ancestors or sister-in-law. However, I'll never lose to them regarding willpower. No, I must surpass them. So I chose 4 tests. As soon as he made a choice, he prepared. A terrifying and unknown power descended on his body, and Li Jun screamed, destroying his lung and vocal cords. He felt his mind being broken due to the immense pain. However, he endured. Li Jun remembered his family waiting for him, his big brother and his wives. He remembered his childhood when children looked down on him because he was born with weak luck compared to others. More importantly, he remembered the goal he had made for himself. I am no worse than anyone. Li Jun kept screaming, and his life aura reached an all-time low. Regardless, he persisted. His conviction and beliefs allowed him to push behind his limit. After an unknown amount of time, after rushing on the verge of death numerous times, he finally succeeded. I survived, he muttered after everything ended. He stood up from the cultivation mat as he sensed the power from his flesh. 56 Primordial Dragon Force. Li Jun exhaled deeply as he looked in the distance. He muttered, I am a heaven chosen. His state of mind sublimated as he felt the shackles in his mind lifted. From now on, he knew his Tao journey would be smoother. Vacation. After that, I shrunk my Dharma body and fused with it. Explain, Li Jun, did it help with your Duyi realm? Asked Wang Wei. No, I guess because it was your idea and method, replied Li Jun. However, I'm satisfied with the result. His Tao body was more powerful after using this method. I spent a lot of my cultivation time training my Duyi realm. Added Li Jun, that's a good idea. What about that weapon? Have you subdued it yet? You could say I barely subdue it, Li Jun said, shaking his head. He created an ominous weapon, so the thing kept trying to kill him every time he used it. So, he had to continue training to use it. You should be careful, warned Yin Liling. Even if you subdue that thing, it might counterattack when you're at your weakest. That's indeed possible, he uttered. Li Jun could foresee the final battle would push him to his limit, and he will also have numerous moments of weakness. So, the ominous weapon might use those opportunities to counterattack and kill him. Place a self-detonating seal on it, uttered Wang Wei. If it does revolt, don't hesitate to blow it up. You can even use it as a bomb on the enemy. Wang Wei has always disliked weapons with intelligence or consciousness. So, he never allowed his proving Dao weapon to grow sentience, even though it would be more powerful. And wherever he encountered an artifact with sentience that tried to resist, he did not hesitate to obliterate their consciousness. Yes, I should place countermeasures in case something goes wrong, nodded Li Jun. He also realized the possibility of the enemy inducing the weapon to rebel against him. So, he needed to prepare for all possibilities. Do you need my help? Asked Wang Wei. No need. Fine. What happened to Tai Gang? He failed to break the barrier between mortal and immortal. Explained Li Jun. Although I knew this would be the case, I'm still a little disappointed. Wang Wei shook his head. He knew Tai Gang did not have the talent for such an achievement. More importantly, he did not have the destiny. You don't have to worry about him, added Yin Liling. He's been practicing secret techniques that grant him immortal strength. He collaborated with the sect to create a perfect system involving formation, weapons, and pills. So, he'll be a great general. She participated in his training, so she knew best about Tai Gang's current situation. That's good. What about Kai Song? Is she ready? Asked Wang Wei. She is excellent. In the final battle, she can show the world the importance of puppet Dao, thus encouraging other factions to revitalize this field, nodded Wang Wei with shining eyes. Once more people began to create puppet legions, it would be easier for him to lead the myriad emperor world to expand through the entire endless void. The three chatted for a few hours before Wang Wei left, leaving the two lovebirds to themselves. What are you going to do next? I will continue to subdue the weapon, train my Duyi realm, then spend more time with Ire and the child. Yin Liling did not say anything. You should understand that I could experience an eternal parting with them during the final battle, he hurriedly explained. I'm not unreasonable, so I understand, said Yin Liling. I will accompany you. Li Jun was shocked after hearing this. Then he smiled. Wang Wei teleported home to his wife. Ready? Asked Wu Hong. Yes. Let's go. So, where first? She asked. Let's stop at the foot of the mountain first. Wang Wei and Wu Hong flew to the city nearest the sect. They landed outside and walked like a normal couple. Besides casting a little spell that prevented people from noticing them, they resembled any ordinary young mortal couple. As he walked in the streets, he saw numerous flying horse carriages, which were this world's version of a car. As of now, most mortals can earn enough money to buy one. Furthermore, there are different designs based on demonic beasts. For example, dragon designs were more expensive and considered luxury brands. The city had lanes for the flying horse carriages and for pedestrians to walk. Do you want to take a running elephant carriage or a call for a flying horse carriage? Asked Wang Wei. Wu Hong looked at the large constructs in the distance, carrying multiple people. Please visit Panda in 0v1. Don't you mean bus? She asked with a smile. Don't break the fantasy, he warned. You have a good point, muttered Wang Wei. As rich as he is, he should have a private plane to flirt with a beautiful woman. Well, consider me a poor scholar for today. So let's walk. The two continued to walk as they observed the surroundings. Wang Wei saw many young people walking with a circle rune floating next to their ears. Is this how the void-storing flute evolved? He thought. The voice-storing flute, or MP3 concept, was created during his Chi Luck trial to meet the spiritual needs of the citizens. It had evolved after countless years. It's beautiful, commented Wu Hong. You've created a perfect mortal civilization that combines science and technology with cultivation. Indeed, nodded Wang Wei as he looked at the civilians of this city, full of life and light of wisdom. Ordinary citizens can live between 150 to 160 years due to enough food and nutrients, shelter from the harsh environment, access to a well-developed medicine system, and, more importantly, martial arts. This civilization created a set of basic movements that allowed people to passively absorb spiritual qi between heaven and earth to nourish their bodies. Although they cannot store spiritual qi, it still provides them with many health benefits, including a centennial lifespan. Subsequently, there are extraordinary citizens, people who access their spiritual power. These extraordinary citizens are the driving force of this civilization, using their spiritual power to engrave runes and create all the constructs. Extraordinary citizens have a lifespan of 250 to 300 years because they can use their spiritual power to prevent their Bodhi's life force or vitality from dissipating. "Let's go watch a movie," said Wang Wei with a smile. "Oh, what genre?" "You pick between romance, action and adventure, comedy, and horror." "How about a romantic horror?" "Why this one?" asked Wang Wei. "It's a perfect choice. There's the mushy romance stuff. Plus, I can use the excuse of the horror to pretend I'm scared and hold you tightly." "Why did not I think of that? You are really the perfect wife." "I know," replied Wu Hong with a smile. The two went to see a movie or recorded story. There are two ways to produce movies in this civilization. The first one is to get a few willing cultivators as actors. With their powers, the production crew does not need to worry about CGI and stunts since the cultivators can use spells. The second is to use illusion arrays to create the entire story directly. And with Wang Wei introducing these people to different genres of movies from Earth, the movie business or industry has developed dramatically in the past 300,000 years. "What a great movie," said Wu Hong as she walked out of the theater, her left arm tightly around Wang Wei and her right arm holding food. "Were you scared?" "Of course. Didn't you see me scream and hold you tightly?" "Yes, with me around. You should have been reassured." "Of course. After all, you're my strong and brave man," she said with a smile. "Where are we going next?" "Let's go to the best restaurant in the city. Movie and dinner. You sure know how to woo a girl's heart." Before the movie, he used his political connection to reserve a table in advance. So, the waiter led them to their table and soon served them food. "The food is excellent," commented Wu Hong. "Cultivators do not need to eat and prefer to drink wine or tea, so the culinary art is not well developed. In the cultivator world, great food relies more on excellent ingredients baptized by spiritual qi instead of techniques, ingredients, and spices." "Not even closes to yours," commented Wang Wei, and he was not lying. With her sealing Tao that allowed her to seal the flavor and burst out after a bit, the food in this restaurant is nothing. Wang Wei has a large section of his space ring with Wu Hong's cooking. All these foods are perfectly preserved with the power of time, so he could eat them fresh. The reason for doing this is because of his essence flower divine ability, which allowed him to temper his body simply by eating delicious food of high ingredients. He's waiting for the right time to use them to help him open the gate of power. "This civilization of yours should have created weapons." "How strong are they?" she asked. "They can kill supernatural realm. However, that's their limit," replied Wang Wei with a sigh. "The first 3 stages of cultivation are still the categories of mortals. Only in the 4th stage will cultivators be considered extraordinary, hence the name supernatural. This is also the reason some lower realms called this stage the transcending mortality realm. So, after this spiritual rune civilization reached the destructive capabilities of the supernatural realm, heavenly Tao placed restrictions on them, preventing them from developing after hundreds of thousands of years. "Parting. It makes sense it would be restricted," said Wu Hong, sipping her wine. Heavenly Tao wants a potent civilization to cultivate powerful great emperors. No matter how brilliant your civilization is, it's still a mortal one with an average lifespan of more than 100 years. If they keep growing, they might disturb the current cultivation civilization, leading to infighting and weakening the entire myriad emperor world. A battle between science and technology and cultivation, added Wang Wei with shining eyes. That would be an interesting sight to see. If it were before, Wang Wei might be sure cultivation would win. However, after seeing the development of the science and technology world and the quantum realm, he was not so sure. Who do you think would win? Asked Wu Hong, also intrigued by the notion. It depends, replied Wang Wei. Cultivation should have the advantage in terms of raw power or individual with ultimate power. Meanwhile, science and technology has the advantage in population and weaponry. Understand their advantage with people since science and technology have solved the issue of people's livelihood, resulting in a large population base, commented Wu Hong, who learned to despise how cultivators ignored mortals to survive on their own. However, winning on weaponry? She shook her head. Cultivators have artifact refiners. How could they lose? High-level technology does not lose to artifact refining, added Wang Wei. However, they have an advantage over cultivators, mass production. It could take dozens to hundreds of years for a weapon refiner to refine a quasi-emperor artifact. During the same time span, science and technology could produce hundreds of spaceships of the same level, depending on their technology's development. Indeed, I did not consider this. So, in a battle where they are relatively equal, cultivation will win if the war is short and quick. However, if it's a prolonged battle, they have no chance. Of course, you should understand battles are not simple. Wu Hong nodded as she knew any war was not so easy to analyze and summarize since anything could happen. In war, even pure luck could decide the final outcome. All right, let's not talk about such a heavy topic as war and enjoy our diner, said Wu Hong as they changed the conversation. Afterward, both were satisfied with their experience. Where to next? Tomorrow, we will have a beach day. Excellent, replied Wu Hong as they stayed in the most luxurious hotel in this city. The next day, they teleported to the end of the central continent in their beach wares. Wang Wei and Wu Hong walked on the beach, watching many cultivators dressed in shorts and bikinis, playing volleyball, surfing, and building sand constructs. Wang Wei had a weird look on his face. On Earth, this should have been an ordinary thing. However, seeing so many cultivators with long and flowing hair and shorts and doing these activities was strange to him, especially seeing some people who did not want to change their regular clothes and were dressed in ancient clothes. Is this what you called cultural invasion? Asked Wu Hong, who also found the entire thing a little strange. This is the power of influence, commented Wang Wei. I am considered the heaven chosen with the highest probability of proving the Tao in this generation. So, many cultivators worship and imitate me. They believed Wang Wei, the powerful sect master of the Tao opening sect, used this weird method to relax after cultivation. Maybe there's a secret to it, so they copied it. Your thinking is too cynical, argued Wu Hong. Cultivation requires both hard work and relaxation. Previously, cultivators would drink, chat with friends, travel the world, or visit brothels to relax. But your method showed them a new and exciting way. Furthermore, your bikini has become a new way for women to demonstrate their freedom and fight against many of the patriarchal ideologies present in the cultivation world. Cynical, muttered Wang Wei. You're probably right. Maybe I've been too assimilated by this world, and I haven't even noticed it. This is inevitable, replied Wu Hong. After all, you only spent a few decades on Earth. The two enjoyed a few days at the beach before leaving. Where to next? The largest and best brothel in the world, the Heavenly Moon Restaurant, replied Wang Wei, making Wu Hong give him a weird look. Most men will secretly go to the brothels, but you actually bring your wife. These men do not have such an awesome wife as you, he replied with a flattering smile. Do you think I don't know what you're planning? Wang Wei coughed lightly, pretending he did not hear anything. The last time he went to the brothel, Wu Hong boldly declared she could do it better than these women and dance for him. And to this day, Wang Wei has never forgotten that dance, turning it into one of his core memories. She was beautiful and ethereal. The entire world seemed more cheerful and happy as she danced. At that exact moment, she was the center of the world, shining brighter than any stars and nobler than even heavenly Tao. Fine, I will indulge you. The two headed for the Heavenly Moon restaurant in the En Moon Sec's central domain. They paid the price to have the best courtesan serve them, and she was pretty talented at her job, knowing poetry, dance, calligraphy, and painting. However, Wang Wei did not care and quickly dismissed her after a short performance. 2 hours later, Wang Wei walked out of the restaurant, wiping the blood from his nose. Damn it, this woman almost destroyed my willpower. Hee hee, you're the one who wanted a show, said Wu Hong. This day will forever stain my credibility as a manly man. You can redeem yourself as long as you destroy that recoding talisman. Who wants to be a manly man, anyway? Replied Wang Wei as he embraced her, displaying his shameless side to the fullest. Let's go. The two then traveled the world together, eating food from different restaurants, regions, and continents. They visited the most famous spots in the world, like the Yaoqi Heavenly Tree in the central continent, which is similar to an enormous sakura tree from Wang Wei's previous life. The tree has remained pink ever since its existence and has never changed. And on the full moon, it will shine, becoming more beautiful. The entire thing was a spiritual experience. There are rumors the tree is the only thing in the world that can heal Dao hearts, and the Hua clan, whose founder Yaoqi Emperor planted the tree, took advantage of this rumor to their full extent. Although it was not true, the tree did have the power to bless the mind and increase cultivation for a short period. So, the Hua clan used it as a tourist spot, allowing them to prosper for countless generations. For the next 100 years, Wang Wei and Wu Hong traveled all over the world. They experienced numerous things and met plenty of new people. Although they did not reveal their identity, this fact made the experience more memorable. Finally, they stopped at the Heavenly Tree Village. They developed very fast, commented Wu Hong as she looked at this village. Indeed, in one generation, they've become a supreme holy land, nodded Wang Wei as he looked at this weird village. Most people looked like normal mortals, dressed in ordinary clothes and working the farm. However, 1/10 of these people were cultivators, many already in the supreme realm. However, they blended perfectly well with the mortals and lived no differently from them. The last time I came, the person with the highest cultivation was only the divine altar realm, added Wang Wei with some surprise. Many factions spent generations without giving birth to a saint, let alone a supreme realm true monarch. Although he gave the people of the village a cultivation method, it only reached primordial spirit realm, a place full of destiny, added Wu Hong. In a few generations, they will become a terrifying emperor lineage. Please visit Panda in 0v1. Indeed, agreed Wang Wei. The concept of cultivators and mortals living in harmony with nature made this village very special. Power will corrupt or change a person's mind. So, a cultivator needs a certain mindset to incorporate and live with mortals. Furthermore, with their long lifespan, they will watch the people they are close to or interact with every day die one generation after the other. As long as they do not become cold and indifferent to death and accept this natural cycle of death, it will be a great way to temper their Tao heart. Let's go see it. Wang Wei did not disturb the village and went to a small world only known to only a few individuals in the village. He gazed at a towering tree in the distance with wonder. The tree had some consciousness and noticed their arrival. It prepared to defend itself and attack until it felt Wang Wei's aura. Then it released an intimate aura like a child seeing their father. You cultivated a world tree? Asked Wu Hong in surprise. I didn't think it would succeed. Back then, He only decided to fuse space-time-related resources to the tree. He did not think it would evolve into a rare world tree. No wonder this village is blessed with so much destiny, nodded Wu Hong. What are you going to do with it? I have my plan, he replied before explaining what he was going to do. That's a good idea. Maybe you'll receive merit. The two no longer spoke as they admired this towing specimen. The tree bore 300 fruits, and they could tell each one was a world comparable to a middle-grade 1,000. You're leaving, aren't you? Asked Wang Wei. Yes, replied Wu Hong calmly. Although I knew this day would come, I still hope I was wrong. He sighed and exhaled deeply as if he wanted to breathe out all his negative emotions. Can't you stay? No. She shook her head. You should know I'm only a clone, and I cannot stay. That's not really an explanation. Wu Hong briefly paused. The real reason is I can only use my Emperor's strength a limited number of times. Is it because you used existence reconstruction on me the last time? No. I left a seal in the sect, continued Wu Hong. If you fail the battle, you only need to survive and return to the sect. It will activate and hide the Dao opening sect. By then, Dition will not find you no matter what method he tries. Wang Wei turned to face her, holding her hands and closed to his chest. He knew this might be the last opportunity in a very long time. I don't want you to go, and I don't too, either, she replied with a smile. Her eyes showed no sadness. However, there is no everlasting banquet in this world. A sad truth. Don't be too sad since it's only a temporary parting, she added, caressing his handsome face. Few things before I leave. Wang Wei gently placed his head on hers, feeling the warmth of her body. He could even hear her slow, beating heart. Your path of cultivation will be full of trials and tribulations. Although I don't think I need to remind you, I will just in case. Don't ever give up until you achieve your goals. I want. Don't let me give up as well. I want. You might think of your friends and families as your weakness and things to protect, continued Wu Hong. But they are your greatest allies and strength. I will keep that in mind. Secondly, the 7 moons are not much of a threat to you, so don't stress about them. Even without you, their fate is already doomed. Is that so? Take time to prepare in advance for your path of transcendence, added Wu Hong. For most people, it would be counterproductive to think about something so far away and so elusive, but you're different. They'll listen to you. You can trust Maitreya. Although her recent behaviors have been shady, she is still trustworthy. Okay. Lastly, take care of yourself when I'm gone, said Wu Hong with some tears in her eyes. You are too accident-prone, so be careful not to die again. Eat your food. I have left a space ring with more food inside for you, and some information I feel will be more in the future. You know I love your food the most. So, of course, I will eat them, replied Wang Wei, also with tears in his eyes. Say goodbye to father, mother, and grandfather for me. I did not have the heart to face them. I will, nodded Wang Wei as he saw Wu Hong slowly disintegrating into numerous motes of lights. When we meet again, show me the new era you've created. I was looking forward to seeing its brilliance. Wang Wei did not say a word and only nodded. He could not prevent a few tears from dropping from his eyes. Remember, I love you no matter the space-time, beyond fate, and to eternity, she said with a smile. To eternity, muttered Wang Wei as he watched his empty hand. The only thing left was the empty void in his heart. Eternal Ascension World, Origin Seal Continent. Wu Hong sat in her cultivation room, trying to heal her injuries. She suddenly opened her eyes as countless memories flooded in. Panday, N0V1. She took a moment to review the memories and discovered many were sealed, and she could not remove them even at her peak. Interesting, she commented with squinted eyes. My fate companion? So, you've finally shown up. Primary materials and husband picking. Wu Hong was deep in thought as she tried to analyze the situation and review the key memories. She did not send a clone to the lower dimension. No, she was not even capable of such a feat, only half-step transcendence, and someone like Old Man Nether can influence the lower dimension to such a level? She is obviously me, with the same existence, pondered Wu Hong, eliminating the possibility the latter only looked like him. Two possibilities. The first one is someone else sent that clone and is plotting something, and the second is my future self sent the clone. However, paragons cannot do such a feat unless they use Old Man Nether's method. So, does that mean future me is half-step transcendence? Wu Hong was not excited about this news, as she felt things became even more complicated. Suddenly, she thought of something. No, this is not as simple as leaving a clone. Someone is tampering with the primordial timeline. Her memories from the ultimate taboo were blurry and missing a few chunks. However, she remembered she had discovered a shocking truth. She learned someone might have forcefully changed the primordial timeline. Wu Hong took out a talisman and sent a message to Methria, asking her whether she had the strength to temper the timeline. Yes, I can temper with the primordial timeline of the Eternal Ascension world. However, if the changes lead to domino effects that affect other chaos worlds or the entire primordial chaos, the backlash from the River of Time will instantly kill me. Wu Hong squinted her eyes, amazed by the power of half-step transcendence. Then, she focused on the more important thing. My clone's purpose seemed to steer this fated lover in a different direction, ensuring his path is smoother and better. However, this fated love's destiny is enough to affect the entire chaos universe. She remembered the latter's involvement with so many taboos and his destiny to end the era of the Seven Moons. So, whoever sent that clone has achieved power beyond the half-step transcendence. Wu Hong remembered the vital information they'd learned from the ultimate taboo. Two individuals in the chaos universe truly detached from the universe. Could it be one of them or something else? She reviewed the memory and focused on a specific conversation Wang Wei had with the clone. A battle between them in Grand Dao that spawned across space-time, using the universe as a chessboard and all living beings as chess pieces. That's another possibility. Wu Hong frowned. Have I become a chess piece? No. According to his theory, we might be chess players. She shook her head as she realized even if she returned to her peak, she would still be a chess piece. Transcendence. Transcendence. I will forever remain a chess piece without taking that step. Wu Hong took a deep breath. With the current information, she knew her future was bright, but also full of struggle. However, she also understood the future was not set in stone. Learning about her future achievement might have already changed the course of history to something completely different. So she will not become complacent or have the mindset that her success is guaranteed. It's a shame much of the key information is sealed, Wu Hong pondered. Then she focused on something else. The Perfection Foundation, she muttered as she briefly glanced over this technique. It really looks like a technique I would create. Any technique, spells, or scriptures created by a cultivator will have their brands on it. A pair of twins who make the same technique will have slight differences based on their brands. The only issue is the dark truth. Wu Hong did not want to take the risk of contacting a taboo that could kill her without any resistance. The problem is these forbidden lands suggested as an alternative are as dangerous as the dark truth. Plus, I would have to survive Grandaos' wrath unless I spend the rest of my life in these forbidden lands. The dark truth is the best place for this technique, since it could even protect cultivators from Grandaos' wrath. Not to mention the headache of the materials needed for this technique. She smiled wryly as she looked at the list. Perfect Tear, a rare heaven and earth object that contains the essence of perfection. People who try to study mortal and immortal perfection are usually desperate for this thing. However, it's not only rare, but also requires to pass a trial created by Grandao itself to acquire it. Panda, NOV, you want another rare resource for this technique is Grandao blood. Throughout the history of the Chaos universe, blood has dripped from the eye of Grandao 6 times. To this day, no one knows the reason. But each time it occurs, it is a battle fiesta where paragons, fiend gods, Dao monarchs, and immortal kings die in the millions. The last core material is the heavenly Tao seed from a central source chaos worlds. Wu Hong was speechless as the word central source chaos world was a new secret long suspected by many, but only recently proven after the ultimate taboo. There are different levels of source chaos worlds in primordial chaos. Some are only capable of giving birth to only one paragon or have a limit of 100. Only a few have no limits on the number, like the Eternal Ascension world. However, the real secret of the Central Source Chaos world is not their unlimited paragon birthing abilities, but the fact their heavenly Tao has the power of half-step transcendence. And by absorbing them, cultivators can reach that step, just like supreme unity. Throughout the Chaos universe, there are only 3,800 Central Source Chaos worlds, and after the ultimate taboo, they became hot potatoes competed by many people. Of course, most of these people did not have a feasible technique to absorb heavenly Tao. From what I remember, there are two ways to get the seed: overcome heavenly Tao by force or use a ton of merit to exchange it. Wu Hong was genuinely speechless regarding the resources needed to cultivate this technique. The three primary materials are rarer and more precious than the limit breaker. What's more, even the supporting materials are as rare as the limit breaker. Please visit Panda N0VE1. Komak, let's put it behind for now, Wu Hong decided. Although she concluded the dark truth was the best way to cultivate this technique since the materials are likely to be directly granted. Unfortunately, the risks were too significant. Wu Hong continued reviewing her memories, focusing on Wang Wei. She wanted to know what kind of person he was, his personality, his likes and dislikes, and so on. He seems quite easy to get along with, she thought, nodding in satisfaction. She did not want someone boring or with a bland personality. Very charming, witty, intelligent, extremely open-minded, and think outside the box. She nodded as she could see her life would be more exciting with a person with such a personality. Handsomeness and talent more than meet the standard. As for wealth, well, he's wealthy for someone from the lower dimension. However, he does have the potential to gather more wealth, muttered Wu Hong as Wang Wei filled in more of her boxes. Let's check his performance in the bedroom. She focused on the memories of when they were intimate. With a calm demeanor, she reviewed every experience like a scientist gathering observable data. Great techniques. He knows what he's doing. He likes to explore new ideas I've never thought of. Most likely the result of his origin in the prehistoric world. That's a plus. Wu Hong could foresee her life in the bedroom would be exciting if she chose to be with him. However, she soon frowned. His stamina is not on par with my standard, she muttered as she watched his performance. However, this should change after he opens the gates of power and flesh. After more than 30 minutes, Wu Hong finished her review. Overall, we seemed very compatible. However, a lot could change before our next meeting. So let's wait and see. Wu Hong stood up from her cultivation mat. Her hair then turned silver gray, the same color as Wang Wei. All right, let's go deal with her, she muttered with a sneer. She teleported to the place. Sword Empress retreated. Are you going to say anything? What do you mean? Asked Sword Empress, surprised. You don't think he'll believe you did not know my fate companion was your descendant. How would I know? Replied Yin Ai, not hiding her smirk. Is Methrea also part of this? What do you think? Wu Hong stared at her with gritted teeth. Then Yin Ai laughed out loud, not stopping for 5 minutes straight. You have to admit it's funny, she said. In the future, don't forget to address as ancestor. You must respect the seniority. After the Emperor realm, cultivators no longer decide seniority by age, but by strength. After all, they are immortal creatures that have lived for trillions upon trillions of years. Additionally, when a family has numerous immortal descendants, it's pointless to care about things like generational seniority. Wu Hong stared at her with a dangerous light in her eyes. What are you planning? Asked Yin Ai with worry in her voice. Don't worry. They'll beat you up and record your bruised and terrible state. Don't do anything rash or stupid, warned the Sword Empress, who knew she was incapable of resisting in her current state. Don't worry. These recordings won't ever see the light of day. Unless you dare try to make me call you ancestor or try to use your seniority before me, said Wu Hong with a gentle smile that was highly sinister to Yin AI. Little Wu, remember all the good things I've done for you. You are like my sister. Her voice was pleading. I know. That's why I will seal your pain so you won't feel a thing. Damn it. Why don't you deal with Methreya if you have the balls? Don't worry. She will have her day of judgment. Wu Hong no longer wasted any time and pounced on her opponent like a cheetah hunting her prey. Red dust. Wang Wei laid his head on the world tree, not saying a word. He waved his hand to manifest a bottle gourd. And as soon as he removed the gourd seal, a thick wine scent scattered throughout the surrounding few million miles. The sheer smell of this wine changed the surrounding clouds, making them jump around and dance as if they were drunk. Without hesitation, Wang Wei took a sip and felt his mind refreshed. Furthermore, the taste of this wine was heavenly. Subsequently, he sensed a mysterious power traveling throughout his fleshly body and nourishing it. Unfortunately, it was not enough to help increase his true power Dao realm. However, he was not in the mood to care about such a thing as he continued to drink. Wine in the cultivation world had 3 ways to distinguish its worth: the materials, the technique, and the time spent aging. The method used in Wang Wei's wine is excellent, but could not be said to be the best or revolutionary. As for the materials, he used the best material possible. However, what made this wine truly valuable was the aging time. Wang Wei used time formation to accelerate the time the wine simmered. And since wine does not have to worry about time energy hurting it through time acceleration, like humans, he could cultivate peerless wine. And the one he was drinking was brewed for 50 million years. A sip of this wine can make a Saint Realm cultivator drunk and sleep until their lifespan of 500,000 runs out. It can nourish the bodies, souls, and energy of true monarchs and quasi-emperors. More importantly, it can boost comprehension and allow people to understand the Tao better. N0V1 Kam Wang Wei shook his head and continued drinking. He controlled his fleshly body and soul to cancel his natural immunity, allowing himself to get drunk. He could indulge in his mind and emotions. The ancients called all the emotions, grudges, obsessions, joy and sadness of the world red dust, a dirty thing that corrupts or stains the mind of cultivators. Taoism believes cultivators should have a detached attitude toward red dust. They advocate to remain free from its karmic ties. According to them, freedom from red dust is one of the best states for cultivation and achieving immortality. However, some schools believe cultivators should refine their minds and hearts through red dust. However, these schools also believe in cutting the connection from the red dust, thus achieving a detached state of mind. Wang Wei thought for a moment before shaking his head, as he thought this philosophy was also cruel and not easy to practice. After experiencing the joy and sadness of the world, the ups and downs, love and hatred, how could someone easily cut them off from their minds and look at their experience from an indifferent point of view? Plus, how is that any different from the cold-hearted nature of devil cultivators? He sneered before taking a sip from his drink. Buddhism believes in karma and sought to save all sentient beings. So, their core practice involved immersing in the power of red dust and even using it for themselves. Wang Wei's mind thought of the power of incense. Although there are also schools of Buddhism that also have similar views as Taoism, who believe only through the absence of karmic ties can monks seek self-enlightenment and achieve nirvana, they are rare and not the mainstream. Countless thoughts flashed in his mind. After creating the river of karma, this philosophy fit me the best. However, I am different from these monks. I have no desire to save all sentient beings. I only want to immerse in red dust to use its power to help me cultivate and find a way to transcend karma. No, maybe these monks are similar to me. The only difference is their hearts are pure and truly cultivated for the sake of all sentient beings. After reaching transcendence, these monks would definitely help people transcend karma and the cycle of reincarnation. However, I would only do it if I felt like it. Wang Wei exhaled as he ended his state of enlightenment. He felt his understanding of karma elevated, which in turn promoted his understanding of his fate Tao. One of the unique aspects of his fate Tao is his understanding of the other Taos. Karma, luck, also increased his comprehension of fate, and vice versa. Furthermore, he also elevated his soul Tao to a higher level, including the Tao of 7 emotions and 6 desires, which is a part of the soul Tao. Please visit Panda in 0v1. My current understanding of the Tao should have been enough to reach 5, 6, maybe 6% of the Grand Tao source. Unfortunately, Grand Tao prevents anyone from comprehending and controlling the source of the Tao without gaining access to the heaven will. In some ways, the rules of this world are a cage for a genius such as myself. Wang Wei shook his head in frustration before falling asleep holding the wine gourd. Formations instinctively appeared to protect him. The next day, he woke up in a better state than before. The previous enlightenment increased his Tao and helped him better understand himself. Unfortunately, he was still sad and depressed, so he spent the next 3 days drinking and sleeping. Finally, he knew it was time to rein himself in and continue his journey. After all, it is only a temporary parting, he muttered before looking at the towering world tree. He then constructed a massive space-time formation to continue nourishing the tree. But he felt it was not enough, so he summoned some Tao ancestors and 2 third-class insurgents from the sect to control the formation and ensure it worked at maximum capacity. In a few hundred years, you should grow even more, he commented as he caressed the tree. Finally, he left some benefits for the people of the Heavenly Tree Village and asked the sect people to ensure nothing happened to this village. Although the tree was no longer visible and was no longer desired by countless people, he was sure some people still remembered its existence and might be planning to get their hands on it. After leaving the village, Wang Wei did not return to the sect since he had another place to visit. It's time to temper my Tao heart once more and maybe find some answers. Wang Wei teleported to the western White Tiger continent, specifically the Evil Punishment Domain located in the northeast of the continent. He soon reached his destination, a yellow desert with no end in sight. Many cultivators were heading into the desert. His appearance caught people's attention since he was so famous, but people only muttered and glanced at him, so he did not care. Asking Heart Road, thought Wang Wei as he looked at this desert. This piece of land was a legacy left by a mighty pseudo-eternal emperor called Mindheart Emperor. According to history, he cultivated the Tao of the mind and was known for his powerful Tao heart and how he could use it to attack. The Mindheart Emperor had a technique called Asking Heart Road that could find a flaw in people's Tao heart and destroy it. For unknown reasons, the Mindheart Emperor hated devil cultivators with passion and would use his famous technique to break their Tao hearts and force them to kill themselves. And with the cruelty and unstable mind of the devil cultivators, he was indeed their antithesis. Unfortunately, the later generation of the Emperor suffered tremendously because of his karmic debts. The Mindheart Emperor once left an emperor lineage called Profound Mind Temple. However, a few generations after his ascension, these devil cultivators' lineages who hated him banded together and destroyed his sect. The Asking Heart Road was one of the foundations of the Profound Mind Temple, and these cultivators also wanted to eradicate it. The D-clan stepped up and tried to take it for themselves. Unfortunately, the sects in the different continents did not want their clan's lineage to become more powerful and intervened. Finally, the Asking Heart Road became an ownerless thing accessible by anyone. The cultivators of this world believe too much in the Tao Heart Road. Otherwise, they would have fought even fiercer for this land, pondered Wang Wei. Grandpa told me this place helped him stabilize his Tao heart after the battle. Let's see if it is helpful to me. Wang Wei took a deep breath before taking a step into this desert. Immediately, he found himself in this dark and empty space. And before him were memories of his entire life, from birth to the present. Wang Wei felt his mind clear and devoid of any distractions. Subsequently, he discovered he was directly confronting many of the deepest and most hidden thoughts. The subconscious? He analyzed. Well, let's see if this thing can help me. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.